you got this, don't you hesitate, run it up. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same? My eyes get a different view. Big dreams you cannot subdue. Watch and learn a thing or two. You do. Climb into a higher plane. Get smaller with every aim. Watch me as I take that reign. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up. Step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. Yeah. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Hey, can't you see we're not the same?
Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know. Cancel all your plans because this party won't. We know
flexing like a winner, 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 winner. Winner. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Got it all. Got it all. Got it all. Got it all. I'm a winner.
How is using the new monitor? I heard the XL2566X Plus is pretty good now.
I think it's nice. They came up with the new DirectX 2, I believe, and I always set it on premium. So I think there's a slight difference from the old one, and also compared to the previous version, I think the the image, the look inside of the game, I would say is sharper when it comes to the target.
GJ, I heard you're using the new XL2566X Plus from Zoe.
I'm using this monitor and there's a new feature called DirectX 2 which I think you should use. I'm using premium right now. It makes the game feel way smoother. When entering A side on Lotus, I need to quickly scan for enemies after using my satchel. That's when DirectX 2 helps me see more clearly and avoid motion blur. Like when you move the mouse around, the enemies just look way clearer, so yeah, you should definitely buy this monitor.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไป แม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัว บอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือ ไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลอง มีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่น ความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะ แต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้ แม้เส้นทางจะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรค บาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้ แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้ เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยัน แต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็น ว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another episode of our prospect list. This is episode 3. Today's just going to be a short update to wrap up groups, and we're going to take a look what everything looks like going into playoffs. We do have a couple of new faces once again on the list, and the first one to kick that off is Zan. I actually had a very pleasant experience having the interview with him. He's one of the few players, it's a difficult skill to have, is to really understand what to do when you are that entry fragger that does sometimes go down early, but also doing it because that's what the team needs. It's not an easy thing to do, but I've been very impressed with the overall job that he's done for his team. And then as for Zexi, he's been a consistent one on this list so far. He's had some massive rounds. I do think there's maybe a little bit inconsistency from round to round within the map from him at times, but a big thing or a big part of their win condition for the team is his operator that comes out. Him and Klaus share the operator a lot, and it's been huge for their defense side win rate. So I think if he can continue doing that, continue getting the OP out, him and Klaus are a deadly duo on that operator for the defense side. And then for Damara, with that 2-0 over NAOS, he didn't necessarily have his best personal performance, but if you watch the game back, you can really see how important he is to the team's success, where he just absolutely sends it with Russ's util, and Lightning Fast is right behind him with the Omen. He's so instrumental to the way how they play. Sometimes he just needs to entry into the side, where that means he dies first, but the team can trade, and that's okay. I've been very impressed once again with his Neon. We do have another new face as well, LP from SLT. LP has actually played 5 different agents so far here at Ascension, spanning across 4 different roles, so his flexibility has been very impressive. And of course, him IGLing his team to a 4-0 is nothing short of amazing, as well as being very instrumental on the fragging side for his team, especially his last 2 games. The top 3 stays unchanged for now, but we'll see heading into playoffs, can they replicate their group stage performance? Will they crack under the pressure? And so let's see who ends on the top of the ladder. Thank you very much, and we'll see you guys very soon. Good luck to all the teams in playoffs. Wiki. That's it, all from Wiki Ewok.
welcome to VCT Ascension Pacific. This is our first day of playoffs, and you're here on desk with myself, Mika Fabs, and Morgan. And our stage in Bangkok is literally right around the corner. You're going to see Morgan make the fastest trip ever from the UK all the way to Bangkok. How are you feeling, Morgan?
I'm feeling great. I mean, these are Valorant games I can't miss, so I'll get there any means necessary. We are opening up the playoffs today. Before we move to that bigger stage, we'll be seeing the upper bracket clash. Who's going to get one step closer to that first qualification, and who has that first life taken away?
Yeah, we've been saying how it's the most competitive Ascension yet. And when you take a look at our playoffs teams, right? Every single one of them has proven that they could actually step onto that Pacific stage, right? We have a little bit of if we have a little bit of a recap, you have NAOS and or Nongshim rather, and Boom that have already done that, and NAOS has been doing so well. You have Velocity that have topped their group. If you can see over there in Group Omega, they've been surpassing everyone's expectations. SLT have been showing us an insane skill ceiling, and as have Motive also with some of the next superstars of Southeast Asia. It's just insane what we've been seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that's what's so exciting as we move towards these playoffs. I could not tell you which two teams are getting these slots here. It's become too close to call. I think there are no favorites anymore. Playoff Valorant is a different kind of Valorant. It's a totally different beast from the group stages. You have to go all out here, and we're going to see some teams step up, probably unlock a level that we haven't seen from them yet. So it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see what these teams have as we head into playoffs, because as we were talking about in the group stages, you know, they might still be keeping some cards close to their chest, but now it's in playoffs, and now it's for that spot, those spots onto Pacific. Of course, they'll be bringing it all out. They will definitely not back down from any fight at all. We have today's matches. We have SLT versus NAOS, and we have Velocity versus Boom. And as we said earlier, it's so competitive. I could not tell you who actually takes these series. We usually have, our favorites coming into this, but I think after the group stages here, Morgan, it's literally anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, these games are so exciting. I think this first one, SLT Songnam, we've seen them go flawless in this group stage. NAOS looked incredibly dominant until that game against Velocity. They hadn't dropped a map until then. This is a high-powered clash. I think both these teams really want to advance forward, and if they do, they'll be in a very good spot to claim that first Pacific place.
Yeah, you look at even Velocity and Boom, and maybe at the top of Pacific, or at the top of Ascension rather, I would have said, okay, surely this is Boom's this is a Boom series. But right now, I couldn't tell you. And you look again at SLT versus NAOS. There was a time where SLT looked very, very dominant, but sometimes we know what they look like when they're feeling a little bit slow maybe on the stars, or maybe a little bit weak. But hopefully that won't happen to them today. This team has just been impressing us so much here, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing about this team, is they've always managed to get the wins across the line despite difficulties, right? I mean, we look even to yesterday, their game against Motive, that opening map of Haven, they got absolutely blown away, but they had enough mental fortitude to move through the rest of that series, carry themselves with confidence, and ultimately get it to be a 2-1 in their favor. And I mean, take a look at this lineup, and we've seen pop-off games, pop-off moments from absolutely everybody here. It's such a well-rounded, such a well-structured team that I think SLT, I think we are talking about them to be the favorites right now, because we haven't seen them lose.
Yeah, it's incredible, the skill ceiling that this team has. I mean, they also are very smart in that they know the optimal time to strike in game, but also in like the overall matches, like a sort of conservation of energy, if you might say, like especially if they're down a map, or if they're even down a player or two. It's incredible how they're able to turn around so many rounds by just being at the right place at the right time. I think that's so smart from them, and really a testament to how much game sense all of these players have on this squad.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, this is a team that really doesn't seem to have many big weaknesses. As you know, I've said this before, but I think their style is so Pacific ready. I think they could play exactly the same way they're playing now, carrying that through into next year, and they could have strong showings into Pacific. It's a well-drilled, well-structured Korean-style team. No surprises there. We see the Korean teams do consistently well up in that top league. So they've modeled themselves on a style that is really effective and also fits them incredibly well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Especially when you have players like Suna, when you have players like Zexy coming in, and I am just such a big fan of these two players because of what they're able to do when they're feeling so well. We saw it from Suna when he had that 1v5, was it? On Sunset, that'll be an unforgettable highlight. But of course, NAOS, they are a team that will be up to this challenge. We keep on praising them because this is a team that has always come so close to being, in the grand finals, to taking that spot.
Yeah.
But now this feels like now is the time for NAOS, Morgan.
Now is the time. That's what they say, right? So I think ultimately, I think this has to be it. This is the best we've seen NAOS look, and I think apart from that game against Velocity, which was a little bit of a hiccup for them, that was the only time we saw them really out of form. But if you kind of remove that and you cast your mind back, they were incredibly dominant. So their level is potentially very high. They just need to learn from the mistakes of that Velocity game and make sure that they can come out swinging here today. Because if they bring their best, they can beat anybody. I'm very confident in it. So I think they can really give SLT Songnam a run for their money.
Yeah, you talk about learning from the mistakes from that match against Velocity, right? When we did chat with NAOS, they were talking a lot about how the loss in the Vietnam stage, right, and how that really affected them, and how they really reviewed that and shaped their mentality coming into Ascension on that. They didn't want that kind of NAOS to repeat. They didn't want that kind, they didn't want to show that side of them at all on this stage. And I think that kind of reflection has really been doing the team wonders. It's really been fixing a lot of the problems in the team. And I think that's what makes them also very dangerous. They're the kind of team that actually, when they learn from their mistakes, it's an overall kind of holistic learning that actually enables them to perform much better in the long term after every single match.
Yeah, I think that's very true. That's the best way you have to approach it when you're in these teams. You have to make sure that you're growing from your losses. You have to be able to analyze what went wrong. And clearly what they were saying went wrong in Vietnam is they were too tight. They were too stressed. The mood was too down. So in this group stage, they tried to relax. But I will say, now it's playoff Valorant. It's very different. That pressure is ramped all the way back up. So it's just, I think the scenarios are a lot more like it was in Vietnam than it is at a group stage. So they need to understand that they can't slip back into that older way of doing things. Otherwise, they might put up performances like they had in Vietnam, which would be very disappointing for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Again, it's a different kind of pressure. It only gets harder and harder from here on out. And as you can see on your screens, is the third time the charm here for NAOS. They've been here every single Ascension. They've always come so close. They've already eliminated the Japanese team that stands in their way. That seems to be their curse, and long-standing curse in the history of Filipino squads. But right now, they need to go up against SLT, showing the best their best side, because they can't show any weakness at all coming into this. I feel like maybe that Velocity match was it, the match. If they had to lose one, perhaps that was the one. They can't do that from here on out.
Yeah, very true. And it said Mojo's the only one who's been there with them for all three Ascensions. So it's rare you get a second chance, honestly, in Valorant. So to get a third is going to be something he's going to grasp with both hands. And here we can see we got to talk about the Thai representation, the hometown heroes. We have Sushi Boys over on Motive and PTC here for NAOS, looking to make those deep runs. They all want to, both of these guys will really want to play in front of their home crowd, get the support behind their team and get moving forward. But there's a chance, we could see these two players facing off as well in that lower bracket if things don't go NAOS's way.
Yeah, and for the hometown heroes, right? Sushi Boys, you want to get back on that Pacific stage. And PTC, I feel like the time has been so right for him for the longest time. I'm so excited to see how he does here in playoffs and the rest of NAOS as well, because we have our map veto up right now. We're seeing that we're not seeing Bind nor Abyss. We are heading into Sunset first and then Haven. I don't think these are big surprises here on the respective teams' map picks, because we have seen that, SLT, they do well in Sunset, so it makes sense. And NAOS have done very well in Haven, makes sense totally.
Yeah, pretty standard here. So we've not seen NAOS play Sunset, so that's going to be the most curious thing. We obviously know the kind of thing SLT is going to be bringing. They have that super unique chamber double duelist that we love to see on that map. And then map 3 of Lotus is something that we haven't seen from SLT either, so I think that's a little bit more unknown. I do want to say also, I love that NAOS are picking Haven. It's a map that they're good on, but they also saw how heavily Motive were able to beat SLT on this map just yesterday. So I think that's a very fast turnaround, and they there'll be some big mistakes in there that they're able to see. So I think they're going to feel like they can have a clear game plan moving into Haven.
Yeah, it all works out well for them as well, because we already know NAOS' Haven very well, and it's been working, so they don't have to change anything too much. They don't have to pull or turn more pages into their playbook. If, you know, this strategy have here on Haven is working, then why not just keep the rest of what they have planned in the back burner for the meantime, right? So I think we're not going to be seeing any drastic changes from NAOS if they know that's what works. But of course, on Sunset, that's going to be what sets the tone for this series. And of course, we do have to thank all of our sponsors before we get into that series. We want to thank Acer Predator, Intel, Zowie, Imperial World, TT Racing, and Syndom for making this all possible, because we are in our playoff stage now, and it's so exciting to see what the next level is going to be for these teams. They do want those spots onto Pacific, especially since, hey, this could be the last time they get to do it in this kind of scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't know, the state of Tier 2 next year. The look of Ascension looks like it's not going to be there. This is your last chance to snatch a spot to play consistently all year through that Tier 1 circuit. So it's a massive, massive opportunity. An opportunity these players have grinded for many, many years. And to add on top of that, there's 2 places available. There's a second chance for the teams here in this upper bracket. So they're going to be feeling more confident, more optimistic than ever.
Yeah, don't you just love Pacific? We have such unique scenarios here. We have 2 slots here for Pacific, so it's gonna be really, really exciting, as you mentioned. And when you look at our lower bracket, right, you have Nongshim and you have Motive there. And the big, of course, one of the big headlines, I guess, from the group stages is that Nongshim was at that bottom, and for sure, it has blown this competition wide open, because we were expecting Nongshim to be there. But now suddenly, I think that was the turning point for this Ascension, wherein it suddenly just tossed everything up in the air and everything was up for grabs. And I feel like all of these teams also felt it. Like the moment that those weaknesses were revealed, they were like, okay, I think we can actually get this. So it's going to be very, very exciting. SLT and NAOS, I'm sure, feel it. And, for NAOS, as we saw, 3rd time's a charm. I feel like they think that's it's almost in their grasp. Right after the series, I feel like they can go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, they know that this is the 3rd time round for them. They've always got so close, but they never managed to convert it. But I have to agree, this is the best we've seen a NAOS team look. I think Xavi is really hitting his stride in terms of calling. So I think that they'll be feeling so great about their chances. But as you say, Mika, one thing I want to touch on again is it's Motive and Nongshim in that lower bracket. Heading into this tournament, a lot of people would have told you those were the top 2 teams. Those were the favorite 2 teams to claim these spots. Those are sharks down there. If you lose in this upper bracket, it's a quick recovery where they've been able to just watch you play an intense playoff series. So they're going to have a lot more prep on you because you'll have played more. And that's just not a place you want to find yourself in. So even if you have this extra life, throwing it away carelessly in this opening day could cost you heavily as you move down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I would have told you my 2 favorite teams were probably Nongshim and Motive heading into this, right? I think that was a moment that everyone's pickups were all up in the air. And I think that's what makes every series from here on out just so exciting to watch. So let's not delay any further. The competition is just so incredibly fierce. And we have NAOS taking on SLT first. So Ascension Pacific starts right now.
SLT Somnam. NAOS Esports.
It's the first match of the playoff stage, and we've got SLT Songnam versus NAOS Esports. They both did so well in the group stages, but as we were saying, the playoff stage is another animal altogether. Both teams seem to be feeling really good, though. You've got the flexing coming out from NAOS, and you've got, I want to say maybe that SLT were cutting off the wings off of NAOS. That's my artistic interpretation. I'm not sure what's yours, Morgan.
I have no idea what that was. It's not something that's what I want to focus on, the truth. But yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams incredibly high-powered. We've seen a real strong performance from both of them all the way across the group stage now. So I think this is a clash that I've been very, very excited for. I think now we've seen very, very strong, consistent macro calling from them. So I want to see how they're reading SLT. That's the big question. SLT's style, in a sense, is a little bit more predictable. It's very Korean-esque, and this is something that they'll have practiced against many times on the side of NAOS. So it's about what answers do we have cooked up, ready, and prepared. And, you know, especially as we move into Sunset, our opening map here, we know that it's going to be a weird comp. So I'd like to see something focused to be able to deal with that on the side of NAOS.
Yeah, and you look at the head-to-heads that we have here in this series, right? For example, on the entries, you have Zan and you have Zexy, and we were just showed how Ewok was talking to Zan and how he's able to understand his role on the entry so well. And Zexy has been performing out of his mind here on this stage. But as Wiki Ewok mentioned, you know, there's still a little bit of that inconsistency that comes in from Zexy, despite how high of a skill ceiling he has. So I'm eager to see how that evolves here onto the playoff stage.
Yeah, we have the agent select coming in now on the side of SLT. They're sticking with this. This has become signature for them on this map. Double duelist Yoru Jet with a chamber to boot on the side of NAOS. Now, this is where we're taking it in a very different direction, running with the rays, but we're going to be seeing this sort of double smokes approach, Sova Viper with a sage to boot, so no real hard sentinel. I think the big thing here is you're lacking in static information on the side of NAOS. So on this defender side, they need to move, they need to be proactive, they need to shut down the map to pen in SLT. If they sit too far back without this consistent info, then SLT will be able to macro all the way around them. So I need to see proactivity from NAOS, get in the face, force these duelists to react.
Yeah, and I feel like on the side of NAOS, that is actually something they do very, very well, because we've seen it before, how they're able to adjust so quickly. So let's see how quickly indeed they can do this up against SLT as we toss it on over to Dax and Aserai.
Thank you there again, Meek and Morgan. It's time for the playoffs, and here we are within the upper bracket. I'm Dax here, joined by Aserai, the stay-at-home crew, ready and willing to go. But this is a huge matchup. NAOS alongside SLT, right, Aserai? If you win this one, you're one game away from VCT Pacific.
Yeah, but if you do lose, you're just gonna have to play even more games dropping down to that lower bracket. And Morgan did mention that it is a bunch of sharks. Motive and Nongshim definitely wanting to redeem themselves, right, from being in that lower bracket, and there's still teams that are to definitely be aware of.
Yeah, and SLT, this chamber comp has been incredible for them, and here we go with Klaus already taking down Nakia. That's one thing to look into this composition. First time we see NAOS play Sunset in VCT Ascension Pacific. And Nakia on the duelist. Shades of his time in Alter Ego, right? Shades of his time in those Indonesian squads as SLT are already on the B side.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit problematic, I think, for NAOS now that they don't really have that much map control. Trying to kind of go for this 2-2 split, but again, because they don't really have yet that control, they're going to have to check every single corner, and now the contact starts.
Yeah, and Zexy even with the tap on the head, the fade away into confirmation. The blind comes on through, and SLT, they've shown mastery on this map, and off the first pistol, it's already a flawless. A good start here for the Korean squad.
Yeah, pretty strong. That was a lot of commitment as well from NAOS to just hold that A main position, and then it just completely gets shrugged like this by Klaus. I think they wanted to get at least, you know, a good start to the defense. They were probably expecting that maybe they're just going to start on A main. It didn't happen, and then that completely shrugged off, I think, the momentum, the tempo that NAOS wanted to start again on this pistol.
I mean, you can't really find a trap against the chamber, right? The slow orb, just teleport on out. SLT, they're so good at finding those picks. And interesting enough, they haven't had the best success during the pistol. And with SLT on the board, ready and raring. Cinder letting rip with the stinger. 2 with the gun. A 3rd with the sidearm. Suna trying to hold him off. Paranoid into play. Knock it towards the corner. And quickly, as we start, quickly we will end. 2-0 now here for SLT.
He just like, Naki just waited around the corner and just got electrocuted to his demise. But yeah, again, this is just NAOS. Feels like, you know, once they start losing some of these rounds, they tend to try to shrug it off as quickly as possible. And that's, I think, one of the issues that they've kind of had on Sunset here, right? This is one of the maps where they've really struggled the most. It's either... I've seen, like, a few outcomes for them where it's, like, back and forth, or they get trampled really hard on the first half, and then they just somehow come back on the second half and still can't really get that overall comeback. Ooh!
Yeah, I mean, the struggles in VCTC against teams like Full Sense, Motive, Fancy United as well. It's been a concerning map here for NAOS, but the different configuration here, they already get the first pick, and Sand playing on 10s, finds Cinder here, bit by bit. NAOS getting some good angles going, but Zexy's not done. In the list of Ewok for good reason, he's been a consistent force here for SLT. The blind side into the peak. Sand still holding his ground. And NAOS, on the other hand, already showing their forces from Boba. Force the gate crash out from the Yoru. Zexy just 1 HP because of that toxic screen. But no one's looking. Savvy actually gonna fall. Doesn't matter though. NAOS ready. In the retake flood, they even have a player on the spike. Zexy is just waiting for the timing, looking to be the poison pill here. Into the smoke, gets the kill. It doesn't matter as it's already the defuse. And NAOS get on the board here.
Yeah, again, just using that firepower that they can, but still, that will be a plant for SLT. This was the one that I think I really like to see, is them trying to adapt as quickly as possible to these incredibly aggressive chamber players. We've seen that happen with Velocity, you know, being played by SK Rossi. And if you're not there to kind of quell his aggression as a solo lurk, it's going to be quite difficult for you. But again, this is going to be another challenge now that he's going to be holding on to an operator coming into the 4th round.
And that's something our panel did mention, right? The juggling between the operators, between Klaus and Zexy. Both players so well tuned on it. And Klaus still showing his presence towards A main. It's something NAOS has been contesting throughout the past few rounds. Into mid we go. PTC gets the information. Their hometown hero of the upper bracket, looking to hold off the opposition. NAOS also holding close into the smoke. And with it, the scatter shot approach. It's Nakia finding Zexy towards mid.
Yeah, that's through the smoke as well. And that was huge. NAOS hearing the TP. Yeah. Savvy gets the kill. And missed shots will really cost SLT on this top mid push. Cinder's gotta have to wiggle his way out of here because the flank is already there from the rest of the NAOS roster.
Yeah, these isolated fights are going so well in favor of NAOS, and Suna all alone here. Tries to line up versus Mojer, but him on the Viper, he's ready to sting, and we are tied up 2-2.
Yeah, solid hold from NAOS there. That's what we were talking about. They have to challenge, and it seems like NAOS, you know, kind of shaking those early jitters from the first 2 rounds. Looks like they have a fair idea. Love the wall boost there from Savvy. Seems like they were not too much prepared for that. Now they probably will, but still, that at least sets the precedent here that there is multiple avenues of defense from NAOS that they're capable of doing against, again, this Korean team.
Yeah, I agree with you. Watch out for Savvy and wherever he boosts on both sides of the map. Now is also scrounging that operator. It's in the hands of Nokia now with the showstopper available. So there's a lot of tools for the defense to work with. LP has sent his gate crash into elbow. San marking that for the time being. Even faking the TP here. But with SLT, just getting that orb control. NAOS ready to receive. San, the first one to be at reception. The IGL of SLT gone here. Gets a scan. They know there's more here within the other side of elbow. Nakia trying to hit the shot, and he wants confirmation. Showstopper San. No kills though. The blind comes in, but San's playing danger close. This is good for NAOS. They can just hold steady here by elbow, and there you have it. Trapping SLT to get the flawless.
Wow, really forcing them into such constricted avenues on elbow like that. It just makes it so much easier. But then things like this for Zan, where he's able to hold their opponent's SLT in a 1 versus 3. He didn't even have help for a long time, and he was able to at least delay them just enough that they were just forced to fight out. And again, just having that kind of capabilities from Zan is already paying so much for NAOS here.
Yeah, and you can see the vibes already. It's something we talked about throughout the tournament. Now it's SLT, some of the noisy squads, and SLT right now, they want to push back. Mojo immediately overrun Zexy. When he's on it, you know he's just an absolute machine. Go, go, go into B. He's gotten 2 here despite the low HP. And now they're just forced to watch the plant on the other side into the after plant here. Watching out for SLT's angle. Expect the corner hold from LP, and exactly here for NAOS. They try to clear the corners. They use that utility. Zexy falls to the pain shell. But there's so much more to be done here for NAOS Esports.
Yeah, still, SLT are showing a good amount of restraint. No real need to chase NAOS here since they have to enter the site. LP, getting it flushed out. That is interesting. And NAOS, here they come.
Yeah, signature and Nokia play there, but Cinder has a judge in the hand. 2v2. Suna, he's had incredible post plats here by B before, and he does so again. A double for Suna. Shades of what he did against Motive. And SLT and NAOS, they're just neck and neck at this point.
Absolutely. Again, at each other's throats. This is the one where Mojo just got completely caught off guard from that push. Didn't even realize how aggressive or how willing SLT's gonna take that risk. If there was like anyone else alongside Mojo there, that would have been something. But I guess they read it that he's just by himself. Again, there's no real sentinel control here from NAOS, and well, they're just gonna keep abusing that fact and try to flush out Mojo here.
But does LP check the corner? That's a real question.
They have to be away.
Oh, Mojo looking for the one and done angle. Zexy's the one who knows what's up, and Savvy just backing on away. No real chance to res his teammate from this far off. LP trying to goad his opponent into the pop flash now. Here by Boba. He's just letting her drift. Still gets the kill on the Savvy. That's huge here for SLT.
Yeah, incredibly. They back away now into B main. It's just going to be Klaus that's going to be holding this. He does have the TP, so that is still something that will slow down the rest of the NAOS roster. It's going to be quite difficult. Maybe if they still had Savvy, could have had a res.
Smoke's there, but the flank looks strong here for SLT. Here comes the action towards main. Cinder trying too busy to go for the TP, and now is getting 3 for the double. Stan also teleporting right beside Suna. Nakia with the peek, and now Esports, they'll get the lead back here.
Wait, that had to be a misclick from Cinder, no?
Does he have time?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, he has time.
For sure.
Good, he's good.
Yeah.
Point 14. For sure, huh? Point 14?
Yeah. Point 14 is for sure, brother. When you have the fast reaction time of these pro players, they are very incredible. But yeah, going back to it, excuse me. I honestly thought that was supposedly an SLT win. And then you see Cinder ripping out the want. There, he just got his hands out, tries to use them from the shadows. I'm pretty sure that's a misclick.
Yeah.
Because he was probably looking to fight with the rest of his team. And while that was just happening, they were getting shoved by the rest of NAOS. And this was SLT playing at a distance, at a safe distance, mind you. And somehow NAOS was able to bridge that gap.
Yeah, and immediately, right, SLT gonna call for the timeout because I agree with you. Cinder there could have been that first contact into B main, the one to buy time for the Silva to really line things up later on into the post plans. And this has just been neck and neck. I mean, many people looked at this matchup and said, I don't know who to root for. I don't know who's gonna be the one with the advantage. But remember, Asrai, these are the two teams that have taken down a team that went to Pacific from last year, right? SLT has beaten Boom, and NAOS has beaten Nongshim. So it's only right that they see each other here in the upper bracket.
Yeah, see each other, siege up against each other as well. Just it felt like we're 8 rounds in, and it still feels like we should be at round 3. That's how fast I feel like the rounds have been progressing in this first map between SLT and NAOS. And through all of that, seems like SLT back to the drawing board here. You only have just the Hero Vandal on Klaus, and he's going to go for the full contact, but immediately gets punished by NAOS.
Yeah, that was too brave from Klaus. NAOS has been watching that angle very eagerly, and if he didn't die to the headshot, there was that Boom, but also looking to do some damage. All in all, that was the firepower there for SLT. Now, given the gun disparity, they're confident to leave Mojo to his own devices on B again. Toxic Screen now, forcing Cinder to stay on the other side. You also get reinforcement. San getting in position, and I love what Ewok and San were able to talk about in that one interview. San knowing when he's playing that entry duelist, when he's on the controller, he can be a bit more reserved. Yeah. That's the flexibility NAOS has. Nakia as well, same can be said. PTC though, he can do it all. For the Thai hopefuls, that's at least one more on the book here for NAOS.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to be in that flex role when you just have to kind of swap out, you know, your mental in being aggressive or being that player that has to hold back because you're still the one that you have to play the utility with. Anyways, a couple of kills here for NAOS here and there. It's just going to be down to LP, who is down to 31. If he does get the kill on PDC here, there is a chance that maybe he can pick up this spike. Nah, never mind. He's just going to...
That's not...
I was about to say, he has... No, there's no gate crash yet. Definitely not.
Yeah, no point really. Instead, look for at least some damage in the round. If he takes the orb, just build up that dimensional drift. It's going to be so essential into the next few rounds. And especially as how we see them play into B, right? If they have that dimensional drift, they can really just ping out where Mojo's going to play, look to overrun with Zexy. But that's a story for another round. This time around, NAOS just convincing 5th on the board here.
And yeah, so far again, it's them showing that even though this is, you know, just potential pistols from SLT, NAOS are not skimping out on trying to get that quick contact. The timing is right, though, from the looks of it, right? They're not really throwing out the darts or anything. They're usually using Nakia's Boombot here as a feeler because it's not as important as a recon dart. Once they know that SLT is already committing, having that to kind of slow things down is probably the better choice. And you're kind of seeing that always be used by NAOS at the very start of these rounds.
Yeah, Klaus. Oh, Savvy's there on the other side. Mid here contested. PTC still alive after getting scratched by those bullets. And while this happens, just that scattered approach again. SLT tried to play heavy into B main. Showstopper though. There's the corner, but no one's home. They're really investing so much to just get rid of Zexy, and Mojo's the one to receive him. Klaus, on the other hand, finds San here at mid. And NAOS, they used a lot early on into the round. Reds 2, that's 3 ults already here for NAOS in the 5v4 retake.
Yeah, but they were willing to commit this already. They had this on that last round, and they will continue to use it now as they wait around. Klaus, though, holding the close angle with the operator might actually have, or the Tour de Force might have some impacts that SLT are wanting to get. Oh no!
Shot though, doesn't find it, threads the needle between 2 players. Time ticking here, Cinder. Ooh, it's actually LP finding Savvy. And Cinder now in position, but San gets a double of his own. Klaus gets another chance into the Headhunter. San finds him in the smoke! And now it's Esports, heavy investment, good reward into a 6th round for them here on defense.
Yo, no way. Zan tapped a single bullet through that smoke and hit a headshot. Okay, we're gonna see that here, but you can see, like I mentioned, a lot of mid-control from the entire NAOS roster. They were okay giving up that site because there was just so much nitty and gritty that SLT had to go through just to secure it. And there is just unbelievable how this individual player, how Zan has been getting such great holds and clutches for NAOS altogether.
Yeah, Malaysia pride there, and you know that NAOS, they represent not just the Philippines, right? But so much of Southeast Asia right now. It's a melting pot of different cultures and players here. LP just trying to harass Mojer for the time being. Exactly what they wanted to do onto the B side, and immediately right, Zexy! That second in, it's SLT doing incredible damage towards B again. And we're not done with LP here. The IGL wants to lead by example. Holding close here by Boba as the spike's gonna get planted.
Oh, did he just bypass it? The trap, perfect, but the timing! PTC, not like this! Still a
the
couple
big
of
fight.
kills.
Yeah, now to find the angle. Zan just lets it rip! 2v1 though, and Zexy, full arsenal, still has the blades, finds a rifle. It's all up to PTC here to try and clutch. Doesn't get spammed through the smokes. The dark cover's gone, and SLT will back away. Shock dart though with confirmations, jumping stairs, so now they know that PTC is gonna try and run on in, but Zexy is oh so smooth with those blades, and it's SLT with their 4th round now.
Yeah, when you need Zexy to show up, or again when SLT is feeling that pressure, sometimes Zexy creates these openings just by, you know, pushing that W button, tailwinding into adversity, and just ripping the entirety of the defense apart. You know, this kind of consistency, or rather aggression that we're seeing from SLT is a big factor as to why we saw at least those first couple of rounds went their way. Now, NAOS obviously have to be a lot more afraid of this, because one of the big things that NAOS don't really have is, again, a KJ, a Cypher.
Yeah.
And because of that, Mojer is a lot more exposed here. He can't always hold the position because that toxic screen doesn't really scare SLT anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to a Yoru, right? Especially, and the Jet can just dash on through if SLT is feeling brave. It's a timeout here for NAOS, which Amix probably some options here for NAOS. One thing to consider, where Savvy can invest that utility early, maybe that barrier orb, but they have been using it to play the off angle instead. So quick talk here for NAOS. The 3-round streak broken by SLT. And looking at the ultimates right now, we got some From the Shadows available. Mojer has that Viper's Pit. But yeah, it's that concern there, Asrai. Where does he feel safe in using it? As he's the one on A this time, and SLT are still here hounding him.
I feel bad for Mojer now. It feels like every single time he's been found out in a way. Look at that. This is the squad that plays on the A site.
He has distance though. He has space to work with here. And SLT looking to bypass it by playing straight into the elbow. PTC now here in alley. The smoke. Sees the gate crash across, so he's keeping tabs of that one. SLT should get the spike planted for free here. Instead, we watch for the claim here up now. Aldrone broken, but they know Mojer has a judge now on hand. You also have San nearby. Suna, shock dart, that's huge! The Viper Pit's gone, but San still delivers the double! Without the veil, he's the one who lifts the hope of NAOS here. LP, beautiful peek, 3v3 coming into the site now. It's Zexy, still sharp as ever. And SLT, they're looking ready for this one. San with a shorty. Zexy will return to favor. All up to PTC right now. All up to PTC right now. And into the smoke, he'll swing out again. But Zexy, one more time and one more good show from him. It's SLT now, narrowing that gap.
Man, so close. Mojer getting picked off at the very start with a shock dart is just... I don't know, man. You know that he wanted to get some value off of that judge, but he was completely shut down by SLT and the Sova in that one versus one matchup. Zan had some heroics, which was great. It allowed him to maybe scare SLT, force them out. A couple of picks here and there between the two, but still, it was a little bit too overwhelming since they did lose that A control so quickly.
Oh, toxic screen though. This is helpful for NAOS to bridge that gap, expecting the operator from SLT. But do they know? It's Klaus here. Now they do it. Now they get them. Zexy also taken down. Despite the Bulldogs, it's enough for NAOS to work with. Not the Fury though, keeping them on their toes. Suna tracking perfection with the ultimate. But PTC, he still gets the one up. It's just NAOS taking the fight straight into SLT and Mojer. He really wants to make this happen this time. You know, they're just so close, one wall away from each other. And oh no, Cinder, you're a victim here. It's really given on a platter. Everything up to Suna now.
Again, just a big counter against that that chamber is already what they need. Zuna's been spotted.
Oh. Some damage onto PTC. Hold the spray though. Recon instead to know where Mojer is at. There is still time for Suna to work with. And he's thinking, someone's coming in from mid. Savvy, don't get at the shot. Here comes NAOS right now, 1 by 1, but it's enough as Mojer closes the gap. And NAOS are a few steps ahead. 7-5 to end the first half here.
They're not gonna let you get out of harm's way. This is where it gets a little bit tricky, where Zexy falls, and then the counter Hunter's Fury gets 2 back. But again, because of all of that happening, it forced SLT to look the other way for the meantime. So with that, we're gonna have our nice little halftime break and see you on the second. This first half has been a battle of who can hold the lead. For now, it seems like NAOS with 2. But as we go to the second half, Klaus looking to redeem himself on this chamber. We'll see how that works.
I mean, the pace has been breakneck, man. We just went through a first half in a blink of an eye. We just started at the top of the hour here. Straight up, though. SLT now on defense. Zexy wants to go for that initial contact. Taking a step too far, but the dash keeps him alive for the time being. Trademark as well to buy some time here. But now they know this could be a heavy push. Zexy, he's gonna double dip, and that's why you don't. Just his hand slapped away. Nakia with the kill there. And now, on the other hand, they'll slice the pie, take a portion of the site. They still don't feel that safe, though. Class also with the find out the BTC, the barrier, to at least wall things off for the time being.
Yeah. It's gonna be a 4 versus 4. This will make it difficult. Oh, look at the lurk, though, coming in from Mojer on mid. That could be something.
Mojer, he's trying to find the angle, but the rest of NAOS do need to hold the line for a bit longer, just so he can get in position. Savvy's the one looking to do it right now. Struggles for him individually, but right now, he's stepping up! Nakia 2 with a 3K from afar, but it's NAOS here, making that pistol look oh so easy.
A big reason as to why it got that more simplistic. I wouldn't say easy for NAOS here, but that wall did not break, and it forced SLT to drop down here 1 by 1. What are you supposed to do when it's like that? Look at that. They're just gonna get re-peeked 1 by 1, and yes, the kumbayas for NAOS. You love to see it.
Yeah,
And that pistol really is a starter for them.
Like, of all the teams right now, us probably lived and died by the comp shop as they grew and got the experience to play in the tap FPS scene. You can feel it in the vibes. And here for NAOS, I mean, the weather is good for them. It's sunset. That ice is going to stay a little bit longer. Not accurate, by the way. But in any case, they have the Marshal. They have that Guardian. Not the fullest anti-eagle here for NAOS Esports, though. Could SLT find the picks that they would like? The scan comes in. Sexy again, happy to challenge. But it's Savvy and PTC to keep things steady. And here they are, steering it towards the B side.
Yeah, Klaus could maybe hit a shot or two here.
Spike planted.
Well, he hit a shot. Not a kill, though, unfortunately.
He asked, and he shall deliver. But then again, remember, Savvy 8K, he took first aid in college, maybe, I'm not too sure. But he had that healing orb, so PTC's topped up yet again. Nakia right now, still happy to challenge. Blast back into the market, Klaus in just one single spot. And Savvy even so keen to find more kills on the board. This is huge for Savvy and huge for NAOS. He already has the resurrection. It could be a big investment for NAOS coming into the bonus. But as of now, the pistol fights are occurring. And Suna picks up a Marshall. Probably should still die to the spike though. But in the end, NAOS, yeah, their resources right now coming into the next round looking relatively healthy here.
For sure. Like you mentioned, now that Savvy has that resurrection, it is going to be a lot more options for NAOS to go even more aggressive here. Potentially onto the A site, where they can just unleash Nakia and see how far he goes. And then if he's not in a bad spot where he dies, he can just get resurrected quickly by Savvy here. And you kind of might see that now that Nakia is going to be on a judge, where the entirety of the NAOS roster is looking for that A push.
Yeah. NAOS, they're happy to look for a trade here since that res is online. They also have the judge for Nakia, so expect him to make the hard entry happen. But SLT, they already know something's amiss here towards A main. Posted up, Klaus again. Happy to play that first contact, but he's been struggling in this game actually. LP save can be said, it's not the same powerful PC from SLT, but here they come with the trades again. It's 2 for 2, and NAOS playing it safe and sound. Sand right now, making it happen again. But NAOS have lost Savvy, and this is just sexy. Seeing one TP right in front of him. Now then, Mojer versus Cinder. Controllers here look to find their way in. Mojer gonna plant it to save Cinder. Looking on close paranoia right now. Mojer trying to play behind the box into his own smoke just to get that distance going here.
But he has to repeak though. This is going to be quite difficult as a 1 versus 1. Oh, he actually just bridged it. I love the positioning.
Ooh! Yeah, Cinder, he knows what's up with that Caterpillar. Bit by bit, Mojer tried to close the distance, but SLT, nicely done to win out their bye here.
Enemy A.
Want to see that again? This is a really strong power spot from LP, making sure that they don't really get their hands into the site, because that's where you know that the rest of the NAOS setup is really strongest at. NAOS want to preserve as much of their abilities for that post plan, and since they couldn't really make it happen, SLT was just kind of more had more utility to play around with on that 1 versus 1.
Oh, wall up? Is that the play here from PTC? No, instead just setting up the dart. Cinder finding San actually. Savvy 8K happy to challenge. It's Savvy. Despite having the rest, he is just utterly fearless. Now the rest comes on in. PTC also finding LP. Advantage here for NAOS after the damage they did within that bonus round. And you can see where it hurts here for SLT already.
Cinder is lucky to be just alive with a sliver of health.
Player standing.
He's gonna TP up across this.
From lucky to be alive to the only one alive, Cinder in the corner. He's gonna hear that plant come the way of NAOS. And if Cinder can't do any damage here, Asteroid, this is huge for NAOS Esports. They did burn the resurrection, but they're gonna be 5 alive into the next round if things keep up. Now, the wall gonna break. San with the 6th sense to check the corner. And double digits achieved here by NAOS.
That's what we want to see. Again, this aggression and just, I guess, the reads overall from NAOS just to make sure, right, that they always have a chance to just refrag each other, read their opponents as quickly as they possibly could. Once they started feeling out that there was these smokes on mid, they wanted to go for the fight for it, knowing that Savvy still had his ultimate. Still went pretty good their way.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this game, right, NAOS had all the tape on SLT. And there was none really for this configuration of NAOS. It's that curveball putting Nakia on the raise, just back to the classics of the 2024 year for him, and then some. But hey, SLT trying to watch the angle from market. Owl drone from PTC as well, just to scout out close. And it's been a concern, of course, because Zexy wants to challenge. The tailwind burned, but Naka's not done. The updraft there to dodge it. It's just cinematic, and Zexy is the action star there.
Yeah, that does give them a lot of control here on the site, but here comes the rest of SLT.
Ooh, also you have to be careful. They can't really cross into backside thanks to the numbers here by SLT. And there you go, add another 2 to Cadavers. All of the Savvy really on the site. Mojer cutting his flank into Market instead, but he's found by Klaus. Up to the captain now to do it all. A 1v3 ahead of him. Trying to find the spray, looking to get the taps going. Cinder halfway, already close to the full. Suna instead with the kill. SLT still make that retake work, and with it, the Tour de Force can be online into the next.
Yeah, Savvy was just kind of hoping that he'd connect a shot inside that smoke. I mean, if he pushed out, that would have been a death sentence for him, so holding that position probably was the better of the scenarios. But man, this entire round was just a punishment of you trying to play through smokes and through util, because PDC tried to cross through that wall and it just didn't work. You saw that happen with Nakia with the smoke and it didn't work. There has to be, you know, a little bit more carefulness, I guess, with that, because SLT is a team that will not take that amiss.
Yeah, I mean, they also burn utility at the right time. Case in point, even though it was just so fun to watch. Zexy holding that dash, just goading Nakia in to go that deep into Market, right? Concerns right now for NAOS, but they still will not let up this B side execute. You also have Mojer with a different plan right now. Lurking towards A, trying to see if anyone's going to cross this way. NAOS, though, see an empty site and they'll take it.
They will be quick about it, actually. No wasted movements from NAOS, and here comes the Dimensional Drift for information here for SLT.
Yeah, just a lot of surety here from NAOS. They want to make it a confirmation on the site, but LP doing the same with the intel. Will gate crash out, look to retake with the rest of the forces. Sexy trying to play on top of the Mario Orb right now, and here comes Nakia wanting to challenge up close, but Sexy has a great angle, and he's left unchecked. It's 2, it's 3 here for SLT. And already the round is basically done. Mojer's not gonna make it in time. Oh, LP let it go just to give it to someone else. Yeah, SLT confirmation, even finding these players around the corners. Round after round, the retakes from SLT just getting cleaner here.
And more, NAOS is, I think, getting hesitant to kind of hold farther into the site that they would like, you know, maybe this wall setup that Savvy creates for his team, it's great, but when you don't have that threat or that presence at the back of the site, it just feels like there's way too much leeway that you're allowing SLT with this. Granted, that was a round where SLT did use their Dimensional Drift, so now feared for their lives, they had to retreat, but because they did that, it made it a lot easier for SLT to start going in and again setting up for this retake, and you kind of saw that happen right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I mean, they just beat the lurk, especially. Mojer can't find the value of SLTs immediately running and gunning into the site. And without that backside control, and you mentioned it, it's SLT taking advantage of that on both the attacking and the defending sides. They just have so many ways to clear those angles to get that intel. The Your Dimensional Drift, the easiest way to ping out where NAOS are playing. And they even use the Barrier Orb off the opposition against them. Great heads up here from SLT. It's a big reason why they love to play on Sunset, because either side that they play on, they can be as aggressive as they would like here.
Absolutely. So, all that being said, NAOS now back to the drawing board in a way, calling for their timeout. It's incredibly important. SLT, like you mentioned, has gotten that momentum boost, and NAOS have to stop that, because you can see just how strong I think we're seeing the key members of SLT come back to life.
We should be saying that for NAOS, right? Since they're the ones with the Sage. Feel it. SLT, though, now finally found by the NAOS entry. Klaus couldn't get away with time. And the Hunter's Fury as well to keep the pace going. Zexy, though, also just straight into the loving arms of Savvy 8K. NAOS have all the stations here by Market. The slow orb also making it tough for Cinder. Hit by the vulnerable state, but still gets the job done with that pick. Time now as we get into the post. Cinder still in position here by Market. A staging ground here for SLT to work with.
Yeah. Oh, Hunter's Fury though is going to clear the back of the site. They got to be careful.
Cinder! The flames, they've been stoked! It can feel the fire in his hands now. Then again, LP as well, just outstepping the opposition. And that was just heated from SLT. Lightning and fire, the elements mix, and there you have it. 1 round the gap between the two squads.
That's insane from Cinder. From being slowed down by the Sage Orb and the Snake Bite to just hitting every single shot. I kind of get it that, you know, that NAOS may be panicking because of that ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, but they played way too much out in the open, 1 by 1, and Cinder was able to just isolate the fight. And look at the hands up. They knew, right? They knew that that was a moment to behold from Cinder.
I mean, even the coaches just watching their own team and just saying absolute cinema at this point. SLT, they're getting their voice back. They're getting louder than even NAOS Esports right now. And they're looking to make this comeback happen. Here comes NAOS changing their ways into a we go. Roger. It's like Naka trying to find the angle. San also found here. NAOS, they're just trying their best to do some damage, but Sexy's the one to cause it all instead. We're tied up here, 10-10.
The wave back from SLT. Now they're on the driver's seat. Now they're looking unstoppable, as it seems like NAOS just are, again, lost in their footing. This is what happens when, you know, NAOS in the sunset. They look incredibly strong in the middle, and once their opponents found that 1 round, they immediately try to overcompensate, and SLT is thriving in this madness.
I mean, yeah, we've seen this problem for NAOS back in SCA on this map, right? Once their initial game plan stops working, once the adjustments are there, that's where they struggle to find the value. But Nakia and Mojer, massive kills that they've needed throughout this game. A 5v3 advantage, the heal also online when Nakia regroups with Savvy. This is the reset that NAOS needs here.
Well, if you can't split apart or multi-manage, multitask the problem, just send it with numbers. Cinder, though, I love how he's going aggressive with this. I don't think he knows. Look at that shot, though. Nasty. Thankfully, Zen was there for a quick refrag.
I mean, Cinder has found his moments here in the second half. Honestly, all of SLT, really Zexy's the one who's been consistent here for the team. Klaus, though, trying to get the tracking going. Gets in, gets out. Finds Nakia along the way. And they stalling precious time here. Suna can get in position now for the flank. Someone from NAOS needs to watch that one. They're pinging it though here for SLT. Spike planted. Mojer actually pushing forward. San also letting rip the utility, but 1 by 1 they're going through crosshairs here with Klaus. Suna also biding his time. And we get the big one here. San versus Suna. And the X Factor is Suna again! SLT! They stand up and take the lead from NAOS Esports.
Can't believe that they're still able to dissect NAOS 1 by 1 in that particular fashion. Nakia charging out with the spike into the side, maybe to get a quick plant on it. This is insane, and there was no one there to to get the counter kill. What?
Hey, this is just Suna's corner. This is just Suna's angle.
Hello, I'm here.
He's here. He's ready to play. And he made teams like Motive learn that the hard way. Suna has been the Sea Slayer on Sunset so far. 19 on the board, just right behind Sexy here. And with SLT now taking command of the lead Asarai. You can feel the confidence is gone from NAOS. It's a slower hit into B-side here.
Yeah, they're still going to use the numbers if they can, but there's 2 already looking for that cross.
Tap more ultimates. The blind though is huge, and Nakia doesn't even know where to go. A nighttime flight. Where can you land? Apparently, it's SLT directing all that traffic. And here we have it. Flights cancelled. Now stay towards B main. And then as we go for the cross, San also in position. They do get the jump onto LP, but then again, Sexy now. Easy kills. Here we go. SLT from all angles onto map points.
They lined up for him too. That was a res, kill onto Savvy, and kill onto multiple members of NAOS. And like you mentioned, Nakia going blind into the site. They got thrown. I don't know what the timing was there, or it felt very forced, but his showstopper definitely wouldn't get as much efficiency just because he was already blinded by the paranoia.
Yeah, him and the rest of the team. So even comps can't help in that situation. SLT shutting down the ultimate medley. And it's a force buy here for NAOS with the Guardians. They need some godly taps if they want to stay alive in this map. But SLT, they brought out the Operator, they brought out the Outlaw, and these scopes are gleaming, looking for some NAOS targets.
Deploying drone.
Still so far, SLT holding with their quick rotation agents. Right, there might be a chance where Klaus just pops another shot through here on mid. Seems like the NAOS. Ay, ay, ay! He haven't cleared out his TP yet. Oh, no.
That was just way too brave from Klaus, and he is getting away with absolute murder. This is criminal from SLT. This has been their territory. Klaus, again, the gift that keeps on giving here. But here we go, Hunter's Fury. Moji still finding LP along the way. Suno with Hunter's Fury right now, getting some damage done. PTC will try to answer back, but can he get the guesswork to go his way? Klaus wants to intercept. Here comes Klaus right now. It's 3, it's good. Look for 4, he'll get more. And SLT, another day, another Sunset win. They take the lead of the series here.
Can't spell sunset without S and T. That's what the... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They've spelled it out for NAOS that this is the team that is just unbeatable on the Sunset map. Again, there was just so many things that NAOS, I think, tried to do. So many things that they tried to juggle. And at the end, it proved too much for them to handle. They try to make things, simple, but then they started going slower, right? You mentioned how it felt like they were a lot more afraid. They might not have been as cohesive, especially in those later rounds. And man, did that cost them.
I mean, simply put, right, from start to finish, it was SLT setting the pace. Sure, NAOS, they would match it, they would fight it. But you could feel the control SLT had for a lot of the map, just by the fact that soon as in position to get some great value with utility, when you have Sexy challenging at the earliest moment, when LP gets that intel, when Klaus as well, multiple first kills, and I mean some first deaths, right, but that first contact from the chamber, confidence from SLT from start to finish, it never wavered because they know that this is their map, and you can see how it has helped them in their Ascension run here.
Yeah, and the amount of confidence that they had in Cinder and Klaus's ability to just go for those instant peaks and convert for kills is second to none. Like, they just had no fear whatsoever, and NAOS was always getting disrupted every single time. NAOS was trying to do a setup here, peek, kill, TP back. It's a formula that just never stopped its efficiency, its ability to work for the SLT roster, and because of that, it just again proved too much for NAOS to deal with.
I mean, NAOS had some good ideas coming into this one. They also wanted to play the trade game, playing the Sage right, but how do you trade when your opponents can just get away from you at a given moment? They need the fast shots, they need the hard hits, because you can see that was the best example. Klaus, in and out. No fear at all. It's just the SLT way. And with it, it's another dub for this Korean squad. They have just been on a tear here. But we'll toss it over to the panel, of course, to break down what just happened in map number 1.
Well, what happened is that SLT remain unbeatable on Sunset. This is their map. Despite not having, as close of a match in the first half, they managed to bring it back here on the defense. And Morgan, they look so clean. Once they really started getting the ball rolling, they were unbeatable. And that's what we were talking about earlier, like how they're actually able to kind of weigh when they're gonna win and how they're gonna do it, even if it drags the match on a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so impressive in how they understand their own composition here, especially in the second half. We heard Zanzai in the interviews, it's very much about just shooting them properly, using their aim, relying on what they know. And they do that so well because they build in these layers. How many times did we see Klaus get one and be able to TP away, take a little peek, and then be able to leave when the pressure gets too much? They handled this so incredibly well. And I mean, it's an obvious comfort pick for them. NAOS really did put up a fight. I like the ideas that they were trying to bring, but ultimately I think this is, there's some role changes going on here, right? This is the first time we've seen Mojo not on the Yoru, so clearly they're trying to experiment here, and it just didn't seem to click there towards the end. And also SLT just abusing them on the flank because they don't have that hard sentinel. So I think full credit to SLT here. They understood what NAOS were going to try and do, and were one step ahead all the time.
Yes, absolutely. And when it just came down to the aim duels, SLT just came out on top. You know, NAOS is very good on the trades, but when it came down to actually just, you know, a wise man once said, just shoot. And it really is indeed true. I mean, you have Zexy here. Once again, our MVP. I don't know how many MVPs this man has gotten. It's absolutely ridiculous, like what he's able to do in the server. But that's SLT, you know, just shoot. And it actually just works for them. They do have that game plan, of course. But when it comes down to mechanics, this team is just so scary.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to face against them, to be honest with you. Like, they're always able to find their kills exactly when they need to, and that's what makes it such a terrifying prospect. I mean, I think now as they play their close game, now need to settle themselves into this series a little bit, because we'll be moving forward to their map pick of Haven, so I was looking to see them regroup a little bit there.
Yep, it's the regroup, it's the bounce back, it's the comeback, it's how they're going to reset when they get on over to map 2. We're going to get to that right after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. VCT Ascension Pacific will be right back.
Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're set. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're set. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
Welcome back to Ascension Pacific. We're on to map number 2 now between SLT and NAOS. And that was such a painful first map from NAOS because they felt that they really had it. You could feel it too. But it just came to, when it came down to the comeback from SLT, oh my gosh, you just don't want to get in the way when this team starts rolling. And now we're heading into Haven here, Morgan. What are we going to expect?
Well, I mean, I think both these teams have shown their Haven. SLT, this was a map that they looked flawless on until we saw them crumble against Motive. Motive really did manage to pick them apart in that mirror, but now we're going to see NAOS most likely, you know, don't hold me to this, but they're probably going to bring that double duelist in that we've seen, so it's a bit of a different stylistic matchup, and one that SLT have shown that they're clearly more comfortable with. So despite this being a good map for NAOS, I do think they have to step up a little bit. I don't think that this map pick is entirely favored for them in the way Sunset was for SLT, because they've also shown a lot, and I think SLT, this is a map that they love. We've seen them pick it. They're not going to be afraid of playing Haven.
Yeah, that Haven map versus Motive, I think, like, of course it revealed a lot on the side of SLT, but I also feel like SLT is also one of those teams that they'll only let that happen once, and they won't let it happen again, not especially during playoffs, right? I would be approaching this with a lot of caution if I were NAOS. I mean, NAOS has shown a lot on this map, as you mentioned, and I quote you, even though you told me not to, they will probably be running the double duelist on this. You know, if they decide to switch things up, then it's totally your fault, Morgan, but I do expect that maybe they could do that to get into SLT's head.
But for me, the big thing I really want to see in this map too is Mojo firing on all cylinders. He had such a rough map one on the off-roll playing that Viper. It plays so different, and you know, it felt like SLT were just abusing that weakness and just running towards his site, finding wherever he was on the map, but they won't be able to do that this time. He is back on the Yoru. This is exactly what we would expect. I'm correct once again, Mika, like always. Now sticking with that double duelist. But on the side of SLT, they're not running the Viper now. This is definitely different. We can see they're running this double duelist of Yoru Jet. So a lot like their Sunset comp, but just with that Cypher instead. So very interesting to see SLT being the ones make the changes here.
Yeah, tried and tested for NAOS, and on the side of SLT, something a little bit different. So the big question is whether NAOS is prepared for this, because I'm pretty sure they were expecting, you know, that classic Gen G comp, something a little bit safer and traditional on the side of SLT. So are they prepared for this? We're going to find out as we send it back to Dax and Aserai.
Thank you there, Mika. And yeah, Morgan's always right. 100%, 110%. Former coach, by the way. One of the best analysts we have in VCT Pacific. See, I'm giving him his flowers. But right now, NAOS, they don't want to see any flowers on a potential grave here in the upper bracket. They need to win their map pick to tie it all up. And our panel, they did mention it. Some changes here for SLT. Double duelist right now. No more Viper for LP. And Klaus actually switching away from that Killjoy into the Cypher here.
Yeah, I have a maybe idea as to why. It's just so that they can have a faster rotation, he can leave sites, and most importantly, his tripwires would work better on Zan when he tries to go for those double dash plays into sight. So, compared to, you know, the Killjoy.
I feel like I've seen this on social media before. I feel like I know that smoke. And into the corner, right, trying to be cheeky. But then again, SLT, they're gonna go straight into A instead. Savvy 8K, the one taking so much damage already. A rough showing from our captain, actually, in the first map there for NAOS. SLT, they just try to gauge what's going on here. They pulled some rotations towards A, and now they pivot again here.
Yeah, like we were mentioning, I like the idea for this. LP, though, is going to get cleared by now, so they have a faint idea of where the lurks will be, but the push for B will be continuing. Yeah, lots of Bs there.
I mean, to be or not to be. I mean, Morgan taught you how to spell some maps a while ago off cam there, Aserai. But in any case, now, jokes aside, right? SLT, they get the plant going. Paranoia for Paranoia, Cinder, and Zexy. They want to make the push happen. Here comes the Cinder right now, courtesy of Sam. But Klaus has the better angle from the garage, and Savvy 8K with 10 HP. How does he even fight here with confidence? Mojo can be alongside them soon already, getting the job done. SLT just doing all they can around the site, and PTC, he needs to fight these fights one by one, but to no avail. No angle is safe from SLT's rap.
Man, it would have been so cool to see that C-long play happen from between the two teams, but it was just a ruse for SLT. They wanted to have a heat check on every single site. You saw that. They were trying C, went A, and then immediately towards the B site. And NAOS was just spread especially with their util being broken down, and then the heck is supposed to be the follow-up there from NAOS?
And they just double down on it, but you can see it. SLT putting NAOS through the ringer. They're flexing the muscles, they're showing the strength here. And as of now, the Korean squad in control again after getting some consistency in these pistol rounds. It's a great improvement for SLT coming into the playoffs, right? Now then the blind side, the pop flash outside the garage. Cinder sees it coming, Klaus the one with the clear sight there to catch out Mojer. Sexy, of course not done, but that shot doesn't actually find the target. PTC doing some damage instead here. Double dip, Sexy wants to make it happen. PTC, same angle, different result. Spike planted, gets the kill. Here we have it now, though, trying to regroup by mid.
Yeah, pick up all the weapons that they can and try to fight with the ones that they were able to obtain. Still, not a lot of utility left for NAOS here.
Shock Dart, that's damage! Suna again. He's just been exquisite with his utility throughout the series. But as Savvy finds LP in response, now is given a chance to play onto the side. Suna now low HP. Klaus recovering fire, and Suna! The executioner there! The ghost in hand turns 3 into spirits, and SLT get their second round.
Yeah, you're gonna get to the afterlife a lot sooner because of this man.
Shut up. Oh, don't do me like this. Not today, right?
I just went for the one. Am I not allowed?
You tried with the sunset spelling a while ago.
No,
and you forgot the L.
Anyways, moving on. Strong rounds for SLT. And again, we're just seeing how much control they really have on this attacking side. And again, it's allowing them to rotate with the rest of the squad, knowing that NAOS loves to play with a lot more numbers behind them. Ooh.
But you can feel it slipping from NAOS immediately. San, 47 HP just after the initial peak. Nakia, though, great counter angle versus Sexy. Kept an eye towards the top of B there. And with it on the retake, NAOS have been playing towards Lynx just to send out utility early on here.
This is going to be hard. They have to push out somewhere else other than just the site, because there is just a bajillion post plants available here from SLT.
And PTC's trying to do it there from garage. The class already fine. It's already SLT all over the board here. And LP with the Bucky. Just a security guard up close and personal. SLT just with a ball and chain there with the spike on B. And a bonus win. Things are just shining here for SLT right now.
Man, that is overwhelming. Again, I get it. You know, they're kind of forced to play in the front of that B site, but not being able to get any trades whatsoever, any map control is so dang difficult. Sure, PTC can have a chance, but he didn't. He was only the one player swinging out from garage. There is not enough numbers nor time, I think, for NAOS to have made that happen.
Confidence speaks volumes here for SLT, just out-aiming, out-maneuvering the opposition. They went on an absolute tear there in the second half of Sunset. How many rounds was that in a row just to finish it off?
Oh, we saw him.
And ever since, right now, has had no real response. Mojer can't even back away. There's no escaping Suna here.
I thought he got the TP out. That is unfortunate. Oh, Savvy, he's by himself again.
Savvy. Wow, okay. Never count out Savvy 8K. You know he's good for it, but against Sexy, there's just no chance. Cinder also with the Phantom in hand. And all in all, SLT just dismantling NAOS bit by bit. It's been carnivorous from SLT. They're feasting right now. The spike planted though. And San, with the flank here, hasn't found a kill yet, but this backstab could be good for him. Lining it up, trigger discipline. Looking for more perhaps. Suna unaware. Cinder now falls first. Suna the next. It's San doing some incredible damage. It's up to PTC now to continue where he left off. But SLT will deny it again. And it's 4 rounds now for the Korean squad.
It's unbelievable how in the microing of these fights, these retakes, it seems like SLT just understands what the immediate response is from NAOS. Look at that. He was just waiting for PTC to just swing against him. PTC went for the quick little tap and just fell down.
This is another story of Korean greatness though in Ascension Pacific, right? We saw what happened in 2024, right? We saw Sin Prisa ascend and become Nongshim. And right now, it's newer faces looking to do the same kind of run. The start has been stellar here for SLT. Now they keep the pressure going with the Dimensional Drift. They start with the Cypher. They know Savvy's around here. LP will give up the angle. They're still concerned. Hunter's Fury Cyber Cages. SLT not overreaching here. But Savvy can't find any of those targets and the rotation comes in from SLT.
Yeah, he had the right idea that maybe mid could be compromised since there is not really a lot of forces left to defend there for NAOS. But doesn't really take anything. So for the meantime, NAOS are forced back on their side of the map, waiting for a little bit more of the rotations from their opponents. Quick little smoke on B at least keeps Zexy maybe a little bit afraid, but Zuna, oh my god, where is PTC looking?
Man, his flicks have been so scary. PTC this time gets away with his life, and Suna just trying to correct that fact. They're dancing around one another, but one will have to relent there. SLT eventually, they need to hit the side, and straight on towards B they go. Zexy trying to fight PTC first and foremost. Paranoia comes in towards Link as well, and Zexy now he's gonna clear the other side. Utility lob this way, take some damage. SLT into post plant, and here we go. Zexy's not done.
Able to escape from the looks of things, but he wasted a bunch of abilities from Savvy here as they try to go for this retake. Nice little smoke for Cinder to get just, you know, hidden. And now here comes the rest of NAOS.
I mean, abilities for time right here. We have it. Cinder right now still in position, but found by PTC. Now it's checking all the corners, all boxes, all parcels. They need to have a tag in them. And speaking of the tag right now, it's Zexy who has PTC's number. Sand now flanking from the garage. Perfect moment here for NAOS. But the Hunter's Fury, of course, it's still there. It's still around. And SLT, layers and layers within the post plant. There's no stopping the squad right now.
So this is what we were very much afraid of for NAOS, is if they had situations where they would have to retake this B site, they can't start defusing that spike on default. It is near impossible for them to even get it half, especially when there's still so much of the SLT roster alive and kicking. And in the blink of an eye, Dax, it's already 5-0. There is so many issues that NAOS have to address right here and right now. And how does a minute solve that, right? The B problem, the map control. How are they gonna try to deal and maybe get even map control back when at every point in turn, it seems like SLT are just there to challenge them.
Yeah, and come on, let's be real, we're both Filipinos, Mika Filipino. We know this NAOS squad extensively. We were able to visit their offices, their boot camp for a good while before Ascension Pacific. And as much as we love this team, when they start slumping, it does get painful. I was concerned. I mean, our panel mentioned their recovery from Vietnam into Thailand. Incredible, right, in the group stage. But once they had that hiccup versus Velocity, there was always a chance for redemption. But right now, that slippery slope is showing its ugly head here. Now struggling to get on the board on a map pick that they have loved throughout the year and their legacy in every single Ascension. Now's the time to rally. It has to be here. From this point on, they can't let SLT just run away with this attacking half. Zexy, they need to shut this guy down, but there's just no way. Savvy falls, Zexy gets out of there, and well, now it's just desperately give chase. There is no response from the C squad here.
I love how Zexy's... Oh! Zed is just chasing for it! That's insane!
That's painful. It's painful for NAOS, and we know it firsthand. SLT, they're there to punish. They've gotten the read onto NAOS here. PTC and Nokia, you're gonna need a miracle to find value here. No dice, Plus already with 3. Already with 4. Man, it's Christmas in October here for SLT, and they're on that nice list every single day. A flawless 6 rounds. Everything's just going in SLT's favor.
Absolutely. I was about to say as well, just again, you know, I was mentioning a while ago the micro adjustments from SLT players. It doesn't show here on the replay, but Zexy, whenever he gets into a sticky situation, he doesn't use or charge up his his tailwind and then hope that he doesn't get shot before he dashes away, right? He goes for that weird updraft, left, right, try to dodge bullets, and then while that's happening, charge up the tailwind and then dash away. It's been proven pretty effective for him to just get these super aggressive angles and still get out with his life.
Yeah, his movement has been stellar. And the same cannot be said for Sam, who's just found by LP. SLT again just winning the aim fights. And that was the concern. In the second half of Sunset, SLT would just win duel after duel. Klaus here watching the flank. NAOS do have the numbers though, so there's a chance to make this happen. But they line up for him! They just line up! And it's just another gift, another presence. And it's truly SLT's time now. A flawless again. How many times have we seen that statement happen this half?
Countless. Numerous. But definitely all favoring SLT. I was about to say Klaus was, at a certain point, slower on the frags on Sunset, especially in the first half. But come second half, he was just getting every single insane kill. And now it's definitely permeated itself on the first half on Haven. And it's just very much heartbreaking to see for NAOS because they are trying to force themselves into something positive here, but everything is just going the other direction.
I mean, they're the team with the best legacy right on Ascension 3 times. NAOS has represented the Philippines in Southeast Asia. They just haven't found the finish line as of yet. SLT instead running away with the game so far. We're now stuck on this eco cycle. The struggles continue. You do have Savvy though, looking to just hold over onto A. SLT cutting that noise, trying to find the duel, and even Zexy just walking slowly but surely into the site. They do have the Sova here of NAOS just tucked away into the corner. Smoke's there too, but Zexy! The outlaw's just so efficient in the hands of SLT. Every single bullet has a name of NAOS right now, and there you have it, the spike's already planted.
Yeah, NAOS had an idea that the rotation for SLT was coming, but not that fast. Ooh la la. We're just down to Zan. At least with all of these deaths, right? NAOS will have a complete stack of their ultimates coming into the next round, which is going to be another buy round for them. So at least that is something to look forward to. But SLT in complete control of the situation right now. Obviously with the 7-0.
I mean, it's going to be 8-0 soon. But I feel like for NAOS, they just need their confidence back. We saw how they were strong, challenging SLT at the start of Sunset. Then they were shutting down players like Klaus, right? They would shut down LP. And then they have a comp to contest them with. They have the Waylay, they have the Yoru, they have aggression in their arsenal. But it's more often than not just NAOS getting caught early when they have utility for the Waylay and the Yoru to get out of danger after a pick, right?
Yeah.
So the concerns for NAOS, there is still hope, there's still a chance to rally back. But the moment the door is just closing every single round that SLT takes here.
Wow, and NAOS having to burn through their last time out even before we get into the second half of this second map of ours. Can really feel that they have to change something, which is the obvious thing for us, but what can it really be? I mean, they have the pieces, right? They have Zan on his Waylay. Lots of aggressions there, but it seems like he can't really get that push out that he wants. They have Mojer that's supposed to have so much mobility around the map, but they're not able to utilize it. What is going on here? The speed at which we know that NAOS can play has been completely welded shut. And it's all courtesy of just SLT.
NAOS is just perhaps also some of the role swaps coming into the two maps. But no one here on NAOS squad with more than 3 kills. It's been so mum from a squad known to take flights at the best moments. And SLT, it's just so commanding. It's kind of similar to what they did versus Boom though, and we did see how Boom almost made that comeback happen. There's still a chance for NAOS. There's still a sign perhaps, but with also the comp adjustment here from SLT Songnam, they were ready coming into this map. They were expecting this to be in the map pool, and they're making NAOS work for it so well.
Yeah, Seeing that be the de facto thing here. Nakia is going to be on the first contact, but he's been spotted already.
Yeah. And now
Spike drops.
they've had some good timeout conversions within the group stage. Talks with Amix. Just reset the team. But there needs to be more from NAOS. There needs to be those signs of life. And with SLT just playing it quiet right now. Onto the default, this is the best chance. Mojo has the operator. SLT are playing it slow and in the swing. Suna's found. Now, it's been a while since they got the first pick into the round, but Mojo delivers. A hope, a glimmer perhaps. And as a chance here to try and play it safe, they're going to give up the site to have that man advantage into the retake.
Immediately out of there. You're right. Oh, Cinder's timing as well as just bravado.
The man on the high tower here, and he lords over the off angle that NAOS will try to clear. Dart there in position. Cinder still happy to challenge, and the fadeaway, man's floating in the air. Gravity doesn't affect him, but eventually he'll set up towards Graffiti now. Converge bats into play, and here comes the way laid down to try and dash on the instant. Gets the kill on the Sexy. NAOS right now with a good retake here. Klaus in position. Klaus again! Another one there, but this time around, Nakia will survive. NAOS needed one to play the hero, and they'll get one on the board here on the defense.
Ooh, so close. Hard fought, but a well-deserved round in the end. Yeah, love that Mojo was showing up his aggression there. Did give him a chance. So far, because of that, like you mentioned, having that quick pick start for NAOS gives them something to work with. Not to get overwhelmed by the numbers anymore, because they have the number advantage. And this time with the operator, they're going to bank on it even further. The thing is, Savvy's going to be the one holding it, and Mojo's going to be on the judge.
Yeah, I mean, at least now saying we've seen some 13-0s in the past 24 hours in VCT. Not here and not on this map. PTC, though, immediately with the push into mid. NAOS looking to make this map as claustrophobic as possible for SLT, but SLV have found a way to slip on through. They're already straight onto the seaside. Sexy also defined onto Nakia right now. LP trying to play into the window. After Chaos into Garage with SLT, they thrive in that energy. Cinder now burning the opposition. A 3K for him. The spikes planted. And Savvy, considerations now just to save the operator for the next round.
I mean, he's way too close to the scenario to make that happen. Oh, he gets spotted by an updraft again. Zexy is such a master of using the verticality of the jet, and it catches Zavy as he drops that operator from his hand.
Okay. We expected many different potential players to bring out the jet, and we have a new Korean jet in this week, right? Zexy, the movement, the shots, and right now, again, showing his strengths. SLT, I mean, we've tossed the word around for so much of this series. Confident. But man, it's really giving me those Simpresa vibes from last year and then some. It's that young roster, right? You have one player over the age of 20, all the others under that age. Prodigies in the making here for SLT right now, making their claim in the much competitive Korean scene. And with LP again, looking to go for those calls. Fake out sent to try and sell it towards C. PTC right now. This is dangerous. The shot rings through. The shorty's at the PTC with a free gun, by the way. The sheriffs also here from NAOS. The pistol smiling on the squad right now.
PTC gonna be in trouble there as to try to pick up the outlaw. Down to 30 he goes, but he'll be able to at least back away and still, like you mentioned, have the numbers for NAOS, all things considered.
Remember, the rounds where NAOS wins are the ones we get the first pick into the fight. The numbers also stacking onto A here. Suna.
I think he heard Savvy.
Watch out for any flank, and he might know Savvy's nearby, but does he know that Savvy has crossed into spawn right? This could come to a head between the two Sova. Savvy, dangerous here. If he crosses on through, Suna has the angle. Cinder also keeping tabs of it, so they're so aware NAOS has presence. This is huge. Savvy! A much-needed shot. NAOS with another moment right now. Some guns to scrounge into the upcoming post.
Still, you can see. All right, everybody from four, or the four players that are on that A site, they're going to start rotating to C. Savvy, though, is I think in a bit of predicament if he loses to Zuna here, which he does not. And that will be again, another needed win for NAOS, especially on this Thrifty.
Yeah, utterly synchronized. NAOS can also take their time to find some rifles across the map here. Alongside Mojer. You can get it halfway. Anyone else needs the defuse? Not really. So he'll just take it once the other players are in position. But yeah, we've been saying NAOS needs some miracles to work their way. Thrifty kills, incredible shots. That's the NAOS that we know can play in the series.
That just means that, again, they're not losing any hope here. Still continuing the grind and trying to find their groove. So if they can make that happen, you can see NAOS players on the cams looking slightly coming back to life. One more round before we end this half. And at least both teams will have firepower to finish.
Yeah. They're ready to try and fly here, my friend. And with NAOS pushing into C-Long, they want to play the aggressors again versus SLT. Orb control for the time being. Not really making any of the sound cues, but SLT, they're giving up the angle. They're going straight into A where PTC awaits.
PTC playing a much safer angle at the back. Man, if LP just straight up TPs, he's still looking at his camera though, if I'm not mistaken. He could get caught here.
I mean, the pull-out time from the gun, right? A little faster when you can do that. It's small tech, and here we have it. The blind's the good one. And exactly as he called their ass right, PTC caught off guard. Thanks to the flash, SLT just closes the gap and into an immediate potential post-plant, but never mind. Hunter's Fury comes on through. Counter Hunter's Fury as well. Both Sovas try to let it rip, but Nakia, Mojer in position, and NAOS interrupting a much-needed moment. SLT now. They're the ones beaten on back with these two players. That was close for LP. He's a sliver away from his own demise. And the shock dart could have actually got him there.
Wow. Traces back to sender. Thought the counter Hunter's Fury from SLT here. 20 seconds left onto the clock. Not a lot of time. They got to push through.
Yeah, I mean, that spike, though. It's in the loving arms of NAOS right now. It's in enemy territory, and soon as the one will need to infiltrate. But the spy has been found. LP right now trying to gun them down. But NAOS, you gotta believe this squad. You gotta believe in the curse right now, because they get at least 3 here on the defense.
And this is what they want. Not the curse, I mean, but at least 3 rounds to work with. A buffer, right? After all things, if you can get that second pistol, it's always going to be great for them. And with all of that, we're gonna go for a quick little halftime break. And we have returned. What a... how do I say this? What a tidal wave of emotions was going through on that first half. With SLT's performance and NAOS nearing the brink of being dropped down to lower bracket, right? They still somehow managed to scrounge up 3 rounds.
I mean, in the last 4 rounds, NAOS took 3 of them. That 8th round streak, though, All smiles for SLT. And a big buffer to work with. But the peaks have just been so confident from players like Zexy. And another stellar example of his aim. The shot on the captain. Savvy's gone already.
Well, that is definitely not in the books here for NAOS's offense. Now that they've lost their only initiator, it's going to be quite difficult for them to start maneuvering around the map. So maybe just congesting or compressing, excuse me, the number of players that they still have left onto C might be the better option here. But Zexy is already prepared for it.
Yeah. 3-man push here from NAOS. Zexy looking to line up the shots with the Sheriff. Even at that distance could be crucial here. Saturate comes on through. Zexy doesn't care. He got LP though in position, now taken down by Mojer. And now it's have closed that gap. Well done by PTC as well, just lurking on through. Finds a way through that window.
Spike
And
planted.
Asuna and Cinder
enemy
look to
remaining.
seek him. PTC again gets the jump on the opposition. There you have it. Hope delivered. NAOS with a much needed pistol.
Yeah, smiles all around for NAOS here. That fight took a lot longer than I would have assumed, with Zexy being at the back of the C site, but somehow they were still able to manage. And Mojer, again, was struggling to perform, to show what he's got on that Sunset map, is slowly getting back to his old groove here on the second half. Getting those 2 important kills definitely helped NAOS take that much needed round.
I mean, yeah, we've seen more of the success on this map on the attacking side. That's where Mojer and San look comfortable to play in sync with one another. And there you have it. The challenge coming in from SLT, but Mojer has the Marshall now to keep the hand steady. And those 2 quick kills, instrumental to build up that dimensional drift. They're also checking out the sewers right now. No one in the corners. So it's a bit more straightforward onto the A side. Smokes out, fake out here too. Mojer will set things up with the flash towards the backside here. Is trying to make as many sand cues as possible. SLT hold the angle. The Marshall's good for the 3K here. And Zexy all alone tries to find the pick. No dice at all. It's now just rolling on through again.
Yeah, not having too much difficulty there. They try to over push on A long, use those numbers. Definitely a good idea, but Mojer was incredibly prepared. Just rip one out, and you know, the more kills that he gets, the closer he gets to his ultimate, the better it is, honestly, for NAOS, that they can just use that dimensional drift to bully out their opponents. But now, again, this is going to be the challenge. And look at this, Dax. NAOS alongside SLT buying the big weapons.
Yeah. Outlaw on hand here for Mojer now. You got some rifles as well for Nokia and PTC. Coming into a buy here for SLT. I think what's interesting is LP decides to just go with the Bucky here because of the money situation. So holding close onto that B site. NAOS concerned of any immediate push from the SLT squad and just play the defaults. Look to have that range here too. The camera over on the short. Cinder heard that actually, so he's gonna check the corner if anyone's gonna peek, and there you have it. Take a picture, it'll last longer than that cam.
This goes to show how much respect he has for this forward utility that NAOS do have. So he's just making sure that he can keep them for as long as possible on the blind, or in the blind. That is huge though from PTC if he can get this kill. Oh, but he whiffs hard against Luna.
Yeah, that hurts there for NAOS. But they do bring the action towards C instead. Klaus will give up the sights. SLT confident to just play the retake with a 5v4 here.
30 seconds left.
And immediately they start moving elsewhere around the map.
Oh my!
Yeah, Zexy's already gonna deny them that long-range post plan.
I mean, he's just too damn quick, man. Before you can even react, Zexy's the one fast on the trigger. It's been a boon for SLT all throughout. The Yoru crossing on through. LP found to be the real one. And with 10 HP, at least he's still alive. Now he peeks up with the Bucky to no avail. Savvy's the one to get the kill. Cinder just diffusing. Cinder just diffusing. Here he goes with the hold. And SLT under the noses of NAOS. And Cinder's not done. He'll do some damage. SLT will still take down NAOS to win the round.
Just wipe them from the face of the earth. Gonna be forced back to the drawing board once again. This lurker from PTC. Wow, it was a prolonged battle. But that definitely costed them too, because losing PTC in that manner means that the anti-alert that they had against SLT and Zexy in particular was down. So NAOS had to again juggle so many things.
Standing ahead.
Yes.
Once they lost that cipher of theirs.
I mean, they had no pressure onto the spike at all. They lost control of long. You can see NAOS compensate by backing away with a 3-0, right? And then from that point on, SLT just got their attention there. Still though, despite the round win, SLT not gonna have the best buy coming into the round here. And San will look to punish that accordingly. Here we have the light speed now. Zexy will be overrun by Naka. Cinder though, he went for the peek, he gets the kill. And NAOS, they have hit a hump along the way on this road to A. But with it, smooth sailing, the paranoia. San looking to clear the corners, 40 HP concerning though from the shots, and there you have it. The classic's good enough. Nakia makes the trade happen. The corner still left unchecked, left uncleared, and it's looking unlikely now for NAOS. SLT with the one up there, and Suna's fade away says it all. See you later, NAOS. SLT are 2 away from taking the series.
Like you mentioned, there is no idea that they were able to spot out that player in the corner. Goodbye. And they were just taking them one by one. NAOS trying to do so many things. And because of that, they miss a lot of these angles. And SLT are going to thrive in that. It's broken NAOS' economy. You know what that means. NAOS can't perform on this Thrifty. They're already at series point, and like you mentioned as well earlier in this series, one step closer to being qualified.
And that would just be par for the course, right? Another Korean team priming themselves to get into Pacific. SLT are closing in on that reality right now. This would be their first step, but of course NAOS, what could be the penultimate round? They need to challenge that possibility. Dash on through. LP still in position with the judge. They've been posting up that Yoru to play close for quite a while. Hunter's Fury as well in Garage Class right now with the shots onto Mojer. And Suna collects Savake along the way in a funnel. It's Suna again, the meat grinder of Garage. It's just SLT turning them into mincemeat at this point. And as Nakia doesn't want to be a meal here, no, SLT will keep the feast going. Series point. It's match point here for SLT.
Man, there seems to be just a huge hurdle that NAOS has nearing the end of each and every game that they've played so far. And honestly, it just feels like SLT is the complete kryptonite to the NAOS roster. Whatever they try to do, whenever NAOS tries to implement something, SLT are just either one step ahead, or whatever they're doing is just better.
Sexy avoiding the recon bolts. You say Kryptonite, but I'd say they're just a complete package right now with these shots. These young guns, again, so hot with the bullets. Nakia already gone. That's the smokes removed here. And now it's just playing the double duelist. What cover can they utilize against the operator? That's the real question. Savvy will have to expend the owl drone just to keep Sexy at bay.
And even if that's the case, right? There's still haven't gotten the map control that they wanted. That's more of a defensive approach on the attacking side, which is never what you want to do.
Oh, blast flash though. There's still a chance here from NAOS. Into a play towards B. San getting a double, but Suna returns the favor. Savvy 8K now finding the Sova along the way. And it's Mojer and Savvy, the two Filipinos, the cornerstones of this roster right now. Sexy does get thinked through the wall and into the dimensional drift. We go with Mojer. Scouts out LP and into C-side. Go NAOS Esports.
That means that LP will be able to upgrade his weapon, potentially Zexy as well. Maybe just hold on with the operator as well, but we'll see. Anyways, it's gonna be a messy 2 versus 2 for sure.
Yeah. Now it's looking to double up. Perhaps Mojer watching the Garage here. LP falls. Everything left to Sexy now. But Savvy 8K will keep the fight alive. You gotta rely on NAOS here to get the job done. And in that round, they do so.
Best way for NAOS right now to keep attacking on this, keep attacking seems to be just aggress, trade, and force SLT into these more uncomfortable positions, like that 2 versus 2, where they try to separate themselves, LP as well as Zexy. When NAOS is able to make that happen, they look to have a better chance of taking these Ws.
Ooh! Cinder! 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 With the power of the sun in his hands! He just burns those wax wings from NAOS, and immediately into the depths of the lower bracket goes NAOS Esports. One of the fastest rounds we've ever seen here in Ascension Pacific, and SLT quickly gets the sweep.
I don't even know how Cinder still got the kill off of that TP. The quick little dash from Zan, he was still the faster one. That is incredible. And with that, again, SLT are one step closer into getting into Pacific. What a performance. Zexy and the rest of this SLT roster is just incredible. Their ability to adapt, respond, be an aggressive team that still has that great synergy, it's incredible to watch. And that means that NAOS will have to go to the gauntlet of the lower bracket just to survive and maybe qualify themselves.
And right, the first stop they'll have there in the lower bracket would be a date with their fellow region mate, a date with Motive Esports. It's insane to think how competitive that would be. But the competition clearly sees a favorite now in SLT. Coming into this one, expected to make it to the playoffs, yes, but the first seed, the perfect record, that 4-0 in Group Alpha, into a 2-0 today on the playoff stage. It's just insane how this Korean squad, it's just, well, they're on the legacy, right, of Korean teams in general within Pacific, and they are just second to none right now. All aim, all good. Shots are just amazing all throughout from SLT. And yeah, you get some highlight players. Zexy, he knows it. Cinder, incredible last round. Suna, just an incredible series all overall for him. Just highlights all about there for SLT.
Yeah, and this is what I love about the Valo scene. It just feels like you think that the ability of players to evolve has slowed down, and you see something like this with SLT against NAOS, and you're like, it's never gonna stop. Players are just gonna get better and better, and SLT, with how they approach this fight, feels next gen. Feels like they're the new kids on the block that you don't look away from.
Yeah, I mean, there's always another Korean squad, right? There's always an incredible performance from teams from that region, and SLT are making it reality. Can you believe that you're in a position right now for SLT that you're one away from joining teams like Gen.G, teams like T1, teams like DRX, man? It's just insane to think that it could just be a homecoming to remember for SLT if they take it all in Ascension Pacific. And as we said, right, just one last step. There's still more competition for them, though. They still need to beat whoever wins between Boom and Velocity. My God, they're making everyone believers at this point.
Oh, absolutely. And the energy, you just can't help but, again, cheer for these guys. Anyways, that ends our first series, and we'll pass it on to the panel to discuss things even further.
A very, very speedy first series, because that's how SLT like to play. We were wondering in what shape these teams would be in for the playoffs, and it looks like SLT, they've already got their eyes on that Pacific stage, and they are playing like it, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, if they fall short from now, it would be a heartbreaking disappointment. They are looking so strong right now. This map was utter domination, especially that first half. You have to say, I feel like they picked apart NAOS, repeatedly abused that B site, had great post plans. I love that they swapped their comp heading into the playoffs. This screams of good tournament organization, good structure the whole way through, good prep, knowing they could make it this far, and showcasing that flexibility that these players have. These guys are the favorites. They're yet to lose here in Ascension, carrying that momentum so forward. They're now one win away from VCT Pacific.
Yeah, it shows that they came into playoffs with a plan, right? You see, some teams will switch some things around, but then you can tell that maybe they're a little uncomfortable. Like, for example, Mojo in that first map. But you can tell when SLT switch things up, they are well practiced. They know exactly what they'll be doing. And unfortunately for NAOS, they take away their map pick of Haven. NAOS were known as the kings of Haven, but no longer. Not especially when you have an MVP like Zuna over here. I mean, it's been like amazing performances all around from the side of SLT, but come on, we just every single time, Zuna, just how do you consistently keep doing this?
I mean, this guy is phenomenal. I mean, it's so rare that you see just a straight up initiator player be able to find so much value, and when they do, they're talked about so heavily because it's such a rare thing. I feel like the way this guy is playing, he looks absolutely unstoppable. Great util, incredibly sharp aim, and just absolutely, you can't take your eyes off him at any point, or he's right up in your face. He's shooting your face.
Yeah, basically, because that is the motto of SLT, right? Just shoot. It's working for them. My goodness. And you're absolutely right on Zuna. It is rare for initiator players to actually, be seen like in the heat of the battle, right? But you actually see Zuna being able to juggle both. He is setting up Sexy very well. He's setting up even Cinder very, very well, who's like a semi-duelist at this point, right? It's just amazing performances all around from SLT. That ends our first series though. We still have one more, and it's going to be between Velocity and Boom Esports, so don't go anywhere. VCT Ascension Pacific will be right back.
Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. What if we stay here, pretend there's nothing else? I feel the endorphins keep rushing in, rushing in. I feel the endorphins keep rushing in, rushing in. You show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. Yeah, my mind's at a different place. Hot trends don't make me chase. Too busy paving this way for you. My words have a different price. Exclusive, you can't subscribe. Save up if you want advice. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. We can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same. My eyes get a different view. Big dreams you cannot subdue. Watch and learn a thing or two. You do. Climb into higher plane. Get smaller with every aim. Watch me as I take that rain. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up. Step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. Yeah. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Don't you see we're not the same?
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Ascension Pacific. We just finished our first series, and that went over to SLT 2-0. We now go over to Velocity versus Boom Esports. And Morgan, it's still up in the air. I'm not sure which way the series is going to go, considering with how SLT performed in the first series. I'm wondering if these teams have also switched up some things and have a different form going into playoffs.
Yeah, it's quite possible. I mean, Velocity looking to replicate what their opposing first seeds managed to pull with that dominant win. So I think Velocity coming into this with the momentum, feeling very strong. Boom did have a little wobble against SLT in that group stage, but it's more about how they've regrouped moving forward with this. Both these teams will feel like now they have a real shot at moving forward, claiming that spot all the way from the upper bracket. And as I said before, a loss here means you're going to have to face a very, very tough team in Nongshim Red Force if you lose. And I mean, that's a place no one wants to be in.
Are you sure you don't want another Boom and a Nongshim in Ascension? I mean, why not, right?
Boom Nongshim for elimination? There's a world where that's on the table here.
Exactly. That would be so crazy. It's entirely possible, of course, because Velocity have been looking incredibly good. And I admit, I was one of those doubters originally, but to see the run here so far, they've actually been improving every step of the way. At first, you can see like some of the confidence of the players. Maybe they've been hanging back a little bit. They weren't exactly sure, but then you really see them come alive as every match goes by.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing such great Valorant. They've really defined what Valorant means to them, how to get the most out of the people around them, and they really lean into that. You know, we've seen Lightning Fast talk about in these interviews about how they don't care who their opponents are. They don't care what they want to do. They understand their own style, and that's what they're going to prioritize. So I think this is a team where you sort of know what you're going to get from them. I wouldn't expect wild comp changes from this team out of all the teams because they really stick with that one specific off-meta Breach Neon style for the bulk of the maps that we've seen them play. And also when it comes to their bans, it's exactly the same pretty much every time, which is a perfectly fine way to approach this. It shows me that they're playing with so much confidence that they really believe they're the best team in this tournament and they don't need to work around anyone.
Yeah, we've got lots on the panel, on the talent, actually fighting for the position of Velocity's #1 fan at this point. Morgan was heading that leaderboard for the longest time. I can see why, though, of course, because Velocity, it's hard to doubt them now because, as we mentioned, like the performances, they have been doing so well. And I have to praise Damara, who his confidence has been skyrocketing every single time. I love the vibes he's bringing out on stage also. I think, for somebody who's a duelist, that's so important too, to be able to feed off of that energy, and it just goes to show how the team is setting him up for this kind of style and for this kind of play.
Yeah, I mean, Damara has probably been one of the most fun players to watch for me. He's backed by such a great supportive lineup around him. And I love that he feels confident enough. You see him standing up, shouting at these opponents on the other side, saying, hey, hello, sit down. I don't care. I don't even know what he shouts half the time. I don't think he knows what he's shouting half the time. It's just about making the noise. Look at his stats here. Absolutely monstrous stuff coming out from him. It really is this sort of like, I want to say 4 Protect 1 style in a sense, where it's all about setting up Damara. And this used to be a lot more meta. We used to see this time and time again from teams. Teams have since moved away from it, but I think Damara is going to be the one to keep your eye on for Velocity.
Definitely. But of course, we have Velocity with their own Indonesian players. Now they go up against this Indonesian squad in Boom Esports. Of course, they are under a lot of scrutiny, being that Pacific team that wants to get back on that stage. Can they do it again? Especially since, again, there is a possibility of them going down to the lower bracket and meeting their batchmates / arch rivals in Nongshim Red Force here, Morgan.
I mean, that is a fate they want to avoid at all costs. They'll be getting flashbacks to last year if that does come to pass. We talk about how experienced this core are with that second place finish in Ascension last year, and then of course a whole year up in Pacific. This roster is bolstered up by 2 younger rookies in Whitecat and Nats, who I think have grown so well into this tournament. You see how they're getting better and better as it progresses, as they draw on that experience of those around them. I love the changes that they made. I was definitely skeptical heading into this, how are these younger players going to perform, but they've done a really great job. And another thing I'd love to highlight about Boom, sorry to cut you off there, is the coaching staff of this roster. I think we talked about them so much in Pacific for the game planning they were able to do, for the preparation they were able to do, and there's an extra layer added to it this time, Mika, because Fields, one of the coaches here for Boom, was coaching SK Rossi at the last Ascension.
That is absolutely right. Deep lore there, almost as if you were part of it yourself.
Almost.
Which you were. But of course, as you mentioned, that it's these players that know each other and these mind games that are gonna come into play, because as you mentioned, right, there is that history that comes in, so you know how the players on the other side might be thinking, especially if you go into maps that you might be very, very familiar with what their game plan is. But as you mentioned earlier, Morgan, it is the addition of Whitecat and Nats that lends a new phase of Boom here, because it's really hard to fit into such an integrated core like Shiro, Berserks, and NC Slasher. They've been playing together even since before they stepped on that Pacific stage. They know each other so well, and as we saw in the recent matches of Boom, right, Whitecat is coming into his own, and that's so important and so telling, especially as we head into the map veto for their first series here at playoffs. We're seeing that we're stepping into Bind here first. This is Spark versus Velocity.
I love this for Boom. Boom are taking the risk here in the veto because they know that Velocity, they love to veto in exactly the same style. Boom don't like Abyss either, but they're trusting that Velocity are going to ban it. So they take out Lotus instead, arguably Velocity's best map, and pick Bind. This is a map that Velocity haven't played since March, I want to say. So this is a very, very aggressive map veto from Boom to force Velocity to play on these maps and in these areas where they're clearly uncomfortable. So that's a really good map veto for Boom in my mind. I really love that that's a deliberate approach to counter your opponents. That's not doing what this Velocity team do, where we want to just do it the same way every time, play to our strengths. Boom are taking the fight to them and go, no, we don't think you can play this. We're going to pick this into you.
Yeah, and they have to do that with full confidence that like we're 100% sure you will be uncomfortable on this map. And now it's up to Velocity to actually prove to them that actually no, we have something prepared. As was seen in the first series, of course, some of these teams have something entirely different, a new face to show in playoffs. I hope we get to see that in Velocity because what they've been showing in the group stages has been so encouraging. It would be a shame actually if that tapers off right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have so much momentum. I mean, this is the furthest a South Asian tournament, a South Asian team has gone in an international tournament in years. And so there's a lot of pride, there's a lot of support behind this roster. But that's not enough for this squad. They know that deep down in themselves. They know that they have the skill to take this all the way with good performances. So if they fall apart here, it's going to be heartbreak. It's going to be absolutely crushing for the whole region. Despite the success, flying high isn't high enough for this team. They want to grab that spot.
Yeah, especially since you have players, of course, like SK Rossi, like Russ, and Lightning Fast. I feel like, you know, that fan base, that region was waiting for these players to actually come together and at the right time. And it feels like that time is now for Velocity. But of course, for Boom Esports, they feel like this is already ours. We're just confirming it. We just need to get it back at this point. We're going to take Nongshim with us and it's going to be back to normal. But of course, you have all of these other 4 teams that are saying, no, that's not the case. We are just as deserving of those spots and we're going to show you exactly why.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thought of having to drop down to the lower bracket and play Nongshim Red Force is terrifying. Like, I can't stress that enough. How if I'm one of these teams, I'm so afraid of losing this game because it puts you in such an incredibly difficult position. So both these teams really going to be swinging. As you say, Boom, just looking to confirm their spot. That's the big thing for them. They've been here and done this. They're along the lines of their expectation. For them, it's about finishing this tournament strong.
Yeah, and again, it boils down to the new faces on a squad or on a core that's been playing together for some time, right? How do they fit in, especially since the pressure is mounting for them? You have Whitecat and Nats on the side of Boom that have been showing that potential. And especially in the previous series that we saw Whitecat with some amazing plays and it looked like, okay, this is it. This is the vision for Boom Esports heading into playoffs and claiming that spot back into Pacific. We need to see that from Velocity too, and it's really been working for Demara finding his confidence here, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, Demara has been the guy. He's set up so beautifully by that pack group of Russ and Madeline. You see how sharp Lightning Fast can be when he's moving in to get those trades. And of course, SK Rossi on this chamber, it's his signature agent. We saw him pop off, have some massive clutches. This is a sharp team across the board that have defined their style. But as I say, this map veto, I don't think goes the way that they want it to. We see them aim for the 3 kind of same maps of Ascent, Lotus, Sunset in almost every veto. They've not managed to get that this time. It's a very, very different approach. So I want to see how their style can translate to these more difficult maps. And if they even attempt to run those things like the Breach on maps like Bind, where we almost never see it.
Yeah, it feels like a Boom has sort of cornered Velocity in with regards to the map veto, right? They've cornered them into a spot where they might not be feeling at all at ease. But it's up to Velocity now to show that, you know, they do have something planned for this. They aren't uncomfortable at all, and they actually have, you know, such a wide playbook that they can actually do something that's totally unexpected of them. They've been impressing everybody, and they've been exceeding everybody's expectations so far. So I hope they are well prepared for what's to come from Boom Esports because we've been seeing how amazing these players have been performing. Shiro on that Yoru, a special mention, of course, because what he's been doing is just, yeah, absolutely unreal, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to expect to see Shiro on the Yoru here for sure. But it is worth mentioning, Boom haven't played Bind yet this tournament either. So it is still an unknown for them. We don't know what they're going to bring out. But just the fact that they're picking it tells me that there's some confidence there and that it's more of a focus to put Velocity on the back foot. So we will have to wait and see for this agent select. But I think there's a lot of different ways this could go. I don't think they can run the Breach. If I'm Velocity, I think you can bring out the Neon on Demara, but I don't think you can support him in the same way with that sort of Breach fade. I just don't see it working. I think they have to adapt to the map a little bit. I think we can still kind of expect double initiator from them, I want to say, just because of Madeline and Russ are so good on those agents. But we'll have a look now, and For the first time in my life, I am wrong. They're just running the solo initiator on the Sky here. Damara sticking to the Neon. Russ playing the smokes on the Brimstone here. Lightning fast on the Rays. This is a big stylistic swap for Velocity. On the side of Boom, they keep it relatively simple. A pretty standard double duelist with the Yoru and the Rays, with Nats playing that Brimstone. But this Velocity comp is wild. SK Rossi on device. We don't see this. I mean, this is a massive departure from everything we've seen from them in this tournament. This map is entirely different to the rest of their pool. So the onus is on them to show us some strength when they're put on the back foot, when they're put in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, raise Neon into the sky. I'm very, very interested to see how this goes. We wanted some changes. Well, we got it. We're gonna step into bind now with Dax and Azurai.
Thank you there, Mika and Morgan. And yeah, we are going into the unknown here, folks. Into our second series, into another incredible bout. Velocity versus Boom. And isn't it a little bit iconic for Boom Esports to pick a map that they have a legacy in from last year, right? We're going into bind. And I do agree with what Morgan has mentioned. It's something we were talking about, Asteroid, right? Before we got into the series. Boom can float around some maps. They can respect ban that Lotus, make Velocity uncomfortable, and VLT respond with these drastic changes coming into this first map.
The last time that they played Velocity with this comp was way earlier this year, around March. This is the same lineup that they've have. So is this just a comfort pick from way back, or have they actually practiced this coming into the new meta here in Valorant?
We'll see how comfy they are, right? Whitecat here in position. Damara, of course, willing to go for the closer. Shiro finding lightning fast early on here. Whitecat still within the container, and it's Boom Esports trying to hold things off, but Velocity has the overrun. The Flood looking strong here onto the side, and the Pistols, they are just smiling on Velocity right now as they get the plan.
Yeah. Again, comfort picks for Velocity. You do see that show up here on the pistol. And again, a very just strong approach for Velocity. I think Boom might have just maybe floundered a little bit, picking out one by one.
Yeah, overstaying their welcome perhaps. As Velocity did such a good job now to play the post, but here we have it. That snake fight could be huge from Berserk. The poison doing damage, and Nats! He just keeps the antidote in his own pockets. Velocity Gaming, in their haste, they run straight into the crosshairs of Boom, and in that, Boom make waste.
Wow, he just tapped beautifully in that clutch situation. A couple of trades here and there, sure, again, and then you just see Nats with the monstrous clutch. That's a big one. Again, proving his tenacity and his ability to perform for Boom when they need him to.
I mean, one of the standouts, right, from RQ Academy. We have talked about how Boom Esports bringing young guns into this roster relatively, especially with Whitecat 2 in tow. Coming into the series, I just want to double down on things Morgan was mentioning. Velocity, right? I think SK Rossi before this has played Vice 5 times in his VCT career. And the Slasher catching out tomorrow. Whitecat also with the tracking. And Boom Esports right now just shutting out Velocity before they can even get on target with the force buy here. Through the wall, even Russ will fall. SK Rossi right now watching the flank. The headshot's there, but SK Rossi still alive at least to try and do some damage.
Yeah. Gonna have to probably wrap around. Maybe hope that he can get a flag or something, but that is a tricky spot to try to pick up the spike. So I don't know, we'll have to see. 45 HP, he does have the Arc Rose, maybe for a flash, but that doesn't really set him up for anything. Shiro, though, hasn't looked right behind him, and this is the that wasn't the perfect time maybe for SK Rossi to get the flank, but Shiro's aware.
As soon as you say it, right? It happens. Boom Esports with the know-how. And yeah, Shiro has been the standout of the group stage, topping the stats in many different departments. Really, that departure from the IGL, you know, the Indonesian crowd has been saying NC Slasher's the one also making those calls. But regardless, he has just had an incredible tournament so far. And it has to be tough for Velocity coming into this one, right? You think about their schedule. They faced off against Nongshim yesterday, one of the teams relegated from Pacific. Now you have to face off the other one. You're basically fighting the best of the best. And we've seen Velocity, of course, top their group in Group Omega. We've seen how incredible this team is. But yeah, it has to be a taxing back-to-back here for the South Asian squad.
Yeah, they still have yet to truly prove, you know, Lightning Fast back again on his raise. I did mention how he was pretty known for that raise of his, but we'll see. It's been a while.
It has been a while, and now Damara speeding on through. Lightning Fast though caught here by Shiro. And boom, Esports play a relative anti-eco, but Damara straight in the face of Berserks. That's Velocity for you. Signature speed into play. Fake out though, almost taken on down. A bit lucky that the shot doesn't actually connect there. Whitecat, on the other hand, pushing forward here, trying to find the angles, but look at the post plant here from Velocity, straying within the lamps right now. NC Slasher clearing out short also. Really watching from what Madeline can do from afar. And speaking of, Madeline actually catching out Whitecat already. Boom here, trying to play the numbers now bit by bit. They're catching out Velocity, but time is running out here for Boom Esports. The utility from NC Slasher. Now he goes for the spike. Halfway, where's the peak? Here comes Madeline, and immediately NC Slasher keeping tabs for himself. Boom Esports win the third round.
Shiro is such a menace on his Outlaw. He's always able to get into a position where the kills just go to him. Look at that. Again, every single time that he peeks, he goes out, he's able to just time it so well. Gets that 3, allows his teammate to continue the defuse. I mean, sure, again, the Fade had to still deal with the one player. I think that was Madeline, but not Madeline, but the other one. In any case, still able to do that much damage and not be figured out where you place yourself is so strong for Boom here.
Their pocket, the shear though, gonna get triggered here. That insult, the Seeker's now into play, courtesy of Velocity. Shiro trying to hold over his backside, the smokes come out, courtesy of us. And with the stun into play, Damara just trying his best to get one through to the other side. He's low already. Here, Hiki Slasher, somehow alive, now taken down. SK Rossi putting a good hurt on the opposition. It's trade for trade. Nats with the answer. Russ, the only one standing, trying to stall with utility here. He's gonna go for the short angle, Asarai. And as time ticks away, we're gonna have to tap onto that spike. One bullet is all that Boom needs to take him down. Halfway now. No one's looking. Berserk's playing Protector though. And Boom Esports still get away with it.
So difficult to start pushing in to the sites just because of how much post-plant utility is still available for Boom here. Man, Whitecat also proving himself every single time that he tries to go for the aggressive plays like that. He's always able to get 1 to 2 kills, and that is incredible already for the Boom roster.
Yeah, I mean, he's a new kid on the block from the PH from Team Secret Academy. And remember what Shiro mentioned the first time we got to interview him after that first Boom win, right? Whitecat, he is still acclimating to that stage every single day. He's just getting better and better, more confident in what he does in this roster. Things are clicking here for Boom. The signs that they start winning on when Shiro performs exceptionally, when they're able to play these post plants well, when they're finding these clutch utility plays to give them the advantage. It has worked out in their favor more often than not in this game so far.
Yeah, agreed. So they can keep making that work. It's gonna be it might be an incredibly quick first half here. Shiro has, I mean, it's still pretty early, but yeah.
I'm just thinking though, Velocity has done good work on one department so far here. They're getting into these post plans. They're really pressuring Boom. It's just Boom just out-clutching them in kind of these 2v4 moments or whatnot. So we'll see if that trend will continue. A half buy here for Velocity right now. And Shiro still with this Outlaw. Trailblazer takes the first bullet. There's still one in the chamber. The flash, the guiding light. Here comes Velocity just going gung-ho. But Damar's already taken on down. NC Slasher keeping the tempo in check. The Nightfall 2 to stave off Velocity.
Oh my goodness, that was close. Velocity could have made that so much worse for Boom. Still, they manage to pull back. Shiro miraculously is still alive. And now Velocity kind of stuck to just keep pushing into this B site.
I mean, coming to a round like this, Velocity would love to burn ultimates on the other side. Shiro, though, finding Madeline. Watch out for Velocity. They still have SK Rossi with a gun and the Steel Garden. If they find the pick onto P, that could be the go signal. But Russ alone, isolated by the smoke. In that sense, now it's up to SK Rossi. And he's trying to find any isolated angle, but boom. They're not giving an inch. They're not letting up the hold. Here it comes. Shiro again, straight into his crosshairs. And it's 5 here for Boom.
That was so close. I thought that Lightning Fast with his satchel could have gotten the entry. Thankfully enough, NC Slasher is just quick on the draw as he gets that counter kill. And that's just going to be enough to stop them dead in the water. You saw that there was really very little. I think that the rest of Velocity could have done at that point to readdress, attack the site once again. Now back to the drawing board they go.
It's the pillars right now, the foundation of Boom between Shiro and NC Slasher. They have been shaken, but they're standing so strong right now, especially when they play the duo. Shiro, though, has to back away. A great pick from SK Rossi and Velocity. They want to go for this A site. Damara staved off by that poison, though. The snake bite preventing the Neon from going on in. But Lightning Fast is the extra. And see, White Cat, where did he even come from? Well, with that, it's a showstopper. Now into the third. White Cat trying to find another one here. Velocity still around the site. They find a moment to stabilize at the very least. But corners to hold Berserks within heaven. Damara, he finally gets to sync up with the rest of the team. They're trying to bait out the peak of the spike tap. Commit comes in. Berserks get the intel, but Damara, a much needed shot to make it a 2v1.
This is going to be the long wraparound from Shiro. This could work though. Both eyes from Velocity set to look near the back of the site at spawn. So there's a chance, an opening here for Shiro. But of course, Velocity is starting to get wise.
Yeah, a matter of duelists here. And Shiro, he's quite low, not as low as Damara. Lightning Fast, just holding into the corner. Sees the Neon, there's the contact, but Lightning Fast quickly swinging. And Velocity get on the board here.
There you have it. That was intensely close. White Cat somehow just blitzing through on a short. But again, Lightning Fast holding steady, getting the kill there.
Enemy remaining.
And this separation between Shiro and teammate, where he tried to go for the wraparound, leaving the Viper to his own devices, definitely questionable at most, at the best.
A desync there from Boom, and I'd say some small mid-rounds from Velocity. They usually rely on Damar, right, to play the entry, but now since you have Lightning Fast on the raise, they can really get that second duelist to do that entry point from short, and that just gave them the chance to play onto the site. One on the board for Velocity, as we've said. They're gonna look to rally from that point. I'm a little interested. Nats has the Bucky on hand here. Perhaps trying to play the counter for either Lightning Fast or Damara in the backside. He's holding on to utility instead. Here we have the Molly now into play. Damara gonna go for it. Lightning Fast already in position, but White Cat and Berserks, they're the first stations that stop Velocity in their tracks. Here comes Shiro now. Gate crash on out. Doesn't want to stay with the operator into TP. And Boom has done the damage already.
Yeah, great denial of map control here against Velocity. They try to push through that teeny tiny exit path outside of Showers, and you're met with Decay, with Molly, and with White Cat's complete magazine round. There's really not much options unless they were able to deal with White Cat early on, but again, definitely not. So back to B. They try, but Shiro's here with the operator.
Straight on through, sees the target, SK Rossi on a slow peak. Just found out here by Boom. And at this point, time has run out for Velocity. They're gonna seed the round, look to save some guns. Madeline might be in a little bit of danger here, but nah, Boom do rotate away from him to confirm the 6. And Azurai, that's one matchup coming into this one that looks so exciting, right? Two young guns looking to make their names known. White Cat versus Damara here, and they have just been explosive so far, but unfortunately for Damara, he's the one shut down by the Boom defense.
Well, it is going to be quite tricky though too, right? Because again, as long as Berserk is able to survive up until Damara and Lightning Fast keep pushing into the site, they have to figure out a way to just bypass him in that fashion. And I don't know how they're going to try to do that.
Well, the flash could help here for Velocity into the overdrive, but White Cat stable on the ATV. See you later, buddy. Damara gonna go down early on. Steal a garden here for Velocity to try and keep the tempo going. Pressure is on. Orbital Strike onto the backside as well, but boom, they have the shower control. White Cat making Madeline work for it, and Berserks at that range with the shorty fade away. Lightning Fast goes down, and things going bad to worse here for Velocity. They have been stopped at the first station. Red lights straight in their face of the SK Rossi and Russ looking to salvage the round. They pick up the spike at the very least. Chance perhaps to go for the rotation. But with these positions from Boom, any sound cue, you know they'll look to find the push here and straight into the crosshairs. Berserk's just waiting patiently. Right now, time is on the side of Boom Esports. And here we go again, a third for Berserks as we see Boom get to 7.
Like I mentioned, there was a chance from Velocity here to go to that TP, but Shiro's gate crash was already positioned somewhere on the elbow there, so definitely not the easiest for them to try to pick up, but at least potentially a 1 versus 2. Still, I like the idea here from Velocity that they tried to match up the slow approach into A, maybe get a couple of picks here and there, which was what kind of happened with Russ getting 2 kills. But him losing his teammate that earlier on, SK Rossi definitely not helped out his overall plan there.
Yeah, Boom has just been ready for whatever Velocity throws at them. And Berserk's now trying to get the shot to go again. White Cat this time, checked by Damara. He's learned his lesson, and he makes Boom pay that price. Well done by Velocity with the Sheriffs. They get onto the side, get some guns along the way, and here we go. They're gonna go for half the plan.
I mean, this is what works out. Them capitalizing on the delay of Boom, pushing harder and harder into things. Still though,
he's just slithering in, and come on, points to slither at this point. It's magical from Berserks when he gets into position, and the Viper's not done. The Viper's not done. A third kill for Berserks. Madeline looking to save the day, but Berserks is unbeatable. The 4K there as Boom get to 8.
Incredible from Boom as always. Like you mentioned, Berserks, bam, just feeding off of that one flash. And SK Rossi blinding him through the arc rows, him reacting and still getting the kill is just so overwhelming. Like, how do you beat someone like that? Berserks, you know, he's just stretching, just making sure that all of his joints are well warmed up. But wow, 8-1 is definitely a problem here for Velocity.
Look, the Boom legacy wouldn't be a thing without Berserks. He has just been one of their core players in such a long time, even before they got into Pacific, right? So it just goes to show the old reliable Shiro gets the leg hit onto Lightning Fast. Does get the back away after that initial intel here for Velocity.
So, at least they do have Madeline for that quick little heal. If there is any kind of like an early pick that Velocity could get, a follow-up with the Seekers is going to be huge right now for Velocity. But again, Boom is just forcing them back slower, more and more.
Oh, Damara. Chance here as he slasher sees comes on in. The stun's there, and Damara punishing the overextension of Boom in that instance. Now's a chance for Velocity to go for this B site. Shiro can't hit the mark as Lightning Fast is in position. And there you go. He's a force of nature and straight onto the site.
That's what they needed. Damara not fearing the seas. What is it only but like tether? So you keep pushing through, get the kill, and everyone feeds off of it.
He's like, I get the sun, I get the win, but here we go with Nats already in position. Boom Esports with the retake. Oh, Nats immediately with the double of his own. Showstopper primed and ready. Almost strike as well. The bend off players from Hookup. Here comes Damara though in position. Damara with the shutdown. Damara finally felled by White Cat. But Velocity have so many angles of opportunity. Here we go with Madeline, but White Cat still gets away with one more till Russ keeps the round in favor of Velocity. The captain keeps it cool. It's a second here for the attackers.
That was close. Shiro took his sweet time holding the middle of the site for as long as he possibly could, hoping that maybe he can hit a shot or two, or having that confidence that he could hit that shot or two. Didn't, and was just overwhelmed by lightning fast, and that is what Velocity want. Boom, making these slight overcommitments that turn into mistakes, that turn into round wins for Velocity. Oh, let's get Rossi.
I mean, that's the opportunity for Velocity, right? They struggle to make the executes happen because of Boom's anchors. When they get these picks, then you tend to hurt. It's a lot easier, obviously. Velocity have done a good job to win those 1v1s across the board. Here comes the orbital strike, though, and straight on through. Lightning fast catching out Shiro. Velocity keeping the momentum in their favor. Berserk Strike not gonna get stunned on enough. No one's checking until Damara keeps the train going. It's a great pace here from Velocity. The two duelists doing all they can to do some immense damage. And there you have it. The rally now from Velocity to confirm another round.
Yeah, now this is Velocity's ballpark, right? Setting the pace. Incredibly quick. Fast to get into the site. And boom, none the wiser. Don't even know what hit him.
Yeah. It's just lovely to see the evolution of Velocity. I mean, we've seen it happen in the group stage here in this game. They've been checking these off angles a lot more coming into the executes. They've been punishing players like Berserks, like White Cat, especially after some of those elevated angle antics. And bit by bit, it's Velocity right now making a case for themselves as well. We've been talking about discomfort from the panel, and yet this is the Boom map pick. From what was a commanding lead from Boom, Velocity are taking parts of it away now.
So if Velocity can keep that tempo, can keep that working, and we'll probably have a game in our hands. That's the one that they wanted. That's the speed at which they needed to attack. Damara as well, just following up on his co-duelist here with Lightning Fast. And you see that they're reaping the benefits. 10 kills for Damara, 7 for Lightning Fast. And they've pushed Boom's economy a little bit to the weaker side.
I mean, they are expecting the early pressure kill from Boom. And as soon as the overdrive is heard across the map, it's the Viper Spit on the other side. Boom willing to invest utility just to stall and wait out the electric timer there. So they used up the molly from Nats. Shiro, he's also making some noise, trying to fake out some of the rotations here, but Velocity, they're not biting, just waiting for the smoke to dissipate.
Yeah. And again, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because once that smoke dissipates, no more molly, no nothing. You gotta commit to the fight.
Well, it's all Nats, and Nats straight on through! He punches 4! And they just didn't even see that one coming! Velocity knocked out of the round effectively. SK Rossi, the only one standing. But that was just utterly fearless from Boom. Apex Predators, the Wolfpack is on the hunt. And here we go, they howl as Nats gets the Predator ace! Boom Esports confirmed the half, 9-3 in their favor.
Truly the Predator, the killer of killers here, as he just completely drains the life out of this potential A take. It's happened twice, thrice now. The Velocity kept that push going, and Nats got wind of it. He understood the pacing, the timing, and he took it into his own hands. With that being said, we end 9-3, and we'll have our halftime break. and we have returned. 9-3. Boom Esports have that lead, but Velocity, they've done some pretty creative things to keep themselves afloat in that first half.
Yeah, and some highlights too, right? And that's with that ace using the judge. Just boom and bind. It's one story to watch out for, but now they're on the attacking side. Velocity maybe believing in curses here, superstition to help them on the defense, but in this case, it's a long flank from many here from the side of Velocity.
Yeah, there will be at least someone to check this, but if they're not careful, they could just get brute forced by Velocity here.
Yeah, Damara's first of all, Rusto makes a trade happen as Velocity to play the unexpected angles here. NC Slasher and Whitecat now ready, and now they're just raring to go. Boom! To double digits this fast. That was a quick pistol from them again.
Well, you know what? It's just boom things. Look at just... again, I thought Velocity, this was a great flank for Velocity. They have the numbers, they got everything. And then boom just reminds them that they are filled with players just raring to go for these gunfights.
Yeah, they're shooters, man. And you can see for Boom, they are in command of this game so far. Anti-eco right now. So, looking to see what Shiro and Whitecat are up to with the entry. Velocity do have a good tell on the stack though. They're ready at least to challenge Boom Esports right now. Prowler comes on in. Shiro plays up close. Now overrun here by Damara. Nats in that chaos gets a kill. Russ making the sheriff count too. And keep an eye out of Russ and Madeline. The two voices really of Velocity. The voices of reason now bringing the clutch when they need it the most. Stellar shots with the pistols. They make it a 4v2, and while Berserks is in this A site right now, the problem is Whitecat. He's the one with the spike here. Contact coming up to a close into Lamps. SK Rossi! That footwork was just so damn good. And well, at this point, yeah, Whitecat, what's the plan? Do you throw away the rifle? Do you look to play the hero here? But a 1v4 crafted here by Velocity so far, it's already huge.
Yeah, there's no, I think, like, bad decision to try to just go for the clutch here, because either way, right, left. It's gonna be a bad economic round coming to the next for Boom here. So might as well just have Whitecat plant the spike, play the post, get as many kills as you can, and just maybe hope. But yeah, it's gonna be quite difficult.
Yeah, spike now to be planted within the container. Whitecat just wants to play it close and safe. He has a single blast back to work with the Trailblazer now coming on through. Intel provided. Whitecat expecting the push now from the CT side. Angel's there too. When's the swing gonna come on in? SK Rossi with the flag, and Russ again with that sheriff. Remember yesterday, Velocity struggling against the ecos. Now this time, they're the ones looking to put the hurt in these kind of rounds. A thrifty from Velocity.
Yeah, just again, meeting Boom where they push is a great strategy just to deny them. The flashes from Madeline have been pretty exceptional, honestly, in this bind map of ours. Well, he's not gonna slow down now from the looks of it. SK Rossi holding that site. That was pretty important too. Oh, now we're seeing the view party for Velocity there. I was about to say, SK Rossi had to hold that. If Berserks caught him, there was a chance where Whitecat could have just rotated to A, maybe gone to the teleporter, and they still had a nice little pillar to play around with that post plant.
Yeah, some big moments there from Velocity, and now they get to get that momentum in their favor. Boom though, coming in from Hookah. Lightning fast, that was a speedy shot onto Nats, but Whitecat just brings the shorty to his face. So regardless of the guns, Boom, they're straight on through towards that B site. They're actually rethinking the plans. Now they reposition, they have NC Slasher onto the default, and here we have it, it's post plant. They take the elbow and the flood comes on through, so Boom is trying to chip away against Velocity. Damara taking the fight to them, but against three, that's just too many. Russ now goes for the molly. Big intel provided there by Damara. SK Rossi and Russ just stabilizing this defense here, but Berserks! The Xiaomi clutch as he goes mad with those shots! Boom Esports We've talked about how reliable Berserks has been throughout the years, but this is just another moment made by him.
Again and again and again, he's proven himself in bind. He's so used to it already. Look at that, just a smooth transition of kills with the Guardian, no less. This is gonna be hella problematic for Velocity. They still have the money, sure, but rounds is just trickling Boom's way.
Yeah. You wonder why Berserks is still in this team for such a long time. That's why. That's how good he is in those critical situations for Boom. And with Velocity now feeling the hurt there, it still was some good damage by Velocity regardless. They have the buys coming into this round, but the scoreline is getting wider and wider. You can feel the pressure on the defense now. Rossi alongside Russ trying to set up the trap here. Judge on hand. Russ trying to replicate what Nats did against him in the last half. And SK Rossi in position, but it's straight for trade. Boom still having the spike in their hands, making it 3v3. It's really that push from Lightning Fast that could find some value here.
Yeah, he still has complete arsenal for himself, so he can just slide into the site.
Oh. God, fancy slasher clearing the corner. Things looking good here for Boom. And Velocity have to play separated on this front. The rear, it's being watched for. The flanks, there's someone keeping an eye out. But with Lightning Fast doing some great chip damage, that should be confidence for Velocity to try and go for the fight. It forces Shiro to back into Labs. Madeline gonna be dropping on down here. But by the bench, NC Slasher into the corner. Here goes Madeline. Perfect step to get that kill. 2v2. Berserks again! And Shiro still, if he's alive, he's gonna be a threat. Map point here for Boom.
Man, Lightning Fast looked like he just slipped on the box there and fell. Still, look at just how quickly they're able to transition kill after kill. I like the potential flags from Velocity here, but it's all according to plan for Boom. They're just aware of the timings and everything. And now Velocity call their final time out of this first game. One of the few times that, again, Velocity are pushed to the limit here in Ascension.
Yeah.
It's all courtesy of Boom.
Yeah, it's against the teams that came from Pacific, right? But that discomfort, it's one thing we were talking about before we got even into the game. The fact that Boom got to ban out Lotus and then pick this bind map. They were so willing to just play this map that they haven't played in Ascension at all for good reason. The legacy players are so confident on it. They're just so well acclimated with playing one another. And while there's some good ideas from Velocity, we saw some entries a while ago in the first half. It's just lacking compared to their usual antics with their usual compositions. And this is where, yeah, you can see how the scoreline reflects that issue.
Such a problematic position to be in from Velocity here. And again, they haven't really breached through the kills that were kind of used for them, right? SK Rossi at 9, Lightning Fast with 8. It's not the same Velocity. And kind of going back to what I was talking about a couple of yesterday, is Velocity just lesser with SK Rossi not being on his chamber? Oh, Nats is out of there.
Yeah, we'll see. Comfort's a big factor for the Velocity run and straight on through, right? Orbital Strike. But he can't confirm the kill on the brim. Instead, Shiro making some noise over at Shower allows the rest of Boom Esports to mobilize around the map. So they get the spike right now. They realize Velocity have rotated on the way. And just because of that initial Yoru presence, VLT in their stack, they're sticking around A. Now the rotation comes on in. The mind games are unreal, and Boom. Are they gonna sell another fake? Let's go for that A site where the sky awaits, because Shiro and Berserks are in position to try and make some noise here.
I'm gonna try to make that open if possible.
Oh!
Wow! I mean,
yeah.
If Berserks is like that, then it's definitely a possibility.
When you're right, but Madeline also correct in his assumption not gonna get found. So Velocity, they haven't been tricked here at all. Thanks to Madeline. Keeps his A site clear for the time being. The rotation though, and boom! How many times are we gonna do this cycle? Double, triple back. We're going back straight into A. And Madeline, he's still around in that position, so watch out in the sky. Can he play? Crucial here. Berserk's on the other hand doing some damage. But Madeline hasn't been found. Madeline gets rid of NC Slasher! The spike being planted. Finally, boom, get it done. Russ clears Berserk's into a 2v1. But in this chaos, boom looks to thrive. There's no passing Shiro now. It's a win here for Boom on Vine. 13-4 to take map number 1.
Have you ever seen a Viper be used as an entry fragger or a lurk? Like, in that regard, it looks like he was playing a duelist at that point. Berserk's really showing up in this bind map in more ways than one. And it elevated the team to heights that overwhelmed Velocity and then some. Man, that was just so much for Velocity to handle here. Berserk's ability to defend, his ability to entry frag, defend, as I mentioned, is just so much to handle.
Yeah, just whenever Nat screams, it always gets me. And he had an incredible outing here, especially in that first and last round of the first half. But you said it, Berserk's just a complete package at this point. He's done everything he can for the team. 2 incredible clutches, courtesy of such a legacy player on the Boom roster. And that last round was just so tough to follow for Velocity, especially, like, big props to Madeline. He was able to take down one of the spike bearers there. That could have been a timer thing, but yeah, Boom doing damage on both A and B at the same time, thanks to Berserk's as well. You don't get any bonus points for that, but the commanding win here from Boom is already a sentiment to watch out for. They've made Velocity uncomfortable here with their first map pick. They took away Lotus in the draft. And right now, it's Velocity who has to rely on their own map pick of Sunset to rally back into the series.
Yeah, but at least with this first game being done and dusted, you know that Boom have put a tremendous amount of effort figuring out what's the big counters here against Velocity, how to play against it. Sure, again, it's the players themselves that were able to execute well into this first game, but understanding the map strengths of Velocity definitely helped them out. And Bind being such a unknown factor between the two for a very long time is also something to take note of here.
And well, Boom, they get this lead. They're raring to go, and they want to put themselves in a position to get back into Pacific, right? 13-4, our final score for map number 1. Let's toss it over to the panel now.
Yep, 13-4. That scoreline definitely screams dominance, and Boom, they didn't even break into a sweat here. You saw Shiro, he was so calm. He was not tilted at all. He was just like, okay, boys, yep, that's how we do it. And with performances all around, like with Whitecat and Nats really popping off, and as we've been talking about before this series, right, really getting comfortable with what they have to do when they go up against other teams, and we go up against like a more pressured series. They're showing how they're really honing themselves as a part of this squad and this roster. Oh my God, Morgan, Boom Esports definitely showing how much of this tier 1 training and being conditioned by the likes of T1 and Paper Rex and all of those have what that has been doing to the team.
Yeah, I mean, they're just continuing to grow throughout this tournament, really stepping up here on Bind. I mean, just look at Berserk's clear on top of the scoreboard in front of everybody else. A massive, massive game from him in this, comfort role here. So I love this from Boom. And, one thing you spoke about is Shiro being so calm in all of this. That seems to be their whole demeanor this entire time. They feel like they're the best. They don't even need to get excited when they win because it's supposed to happen. That's how they're feeling right now. And some of the casters spoke about, I just love the pick of Bind here. I think it's so good. It really is putting Velocity in a place where they're going to feel really uncomfortable, and we saw how that played out. Berserk's going to be the map MVP because how could he not be?
Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was funny how that last round kind of summed it up, where you can leave Berserk's on a side. There's 3 over there, 3v1 it, and Berserk's is like, yeah, okay, no problem. And that was literally how much of a presence he had on this map. And we keep talking about how Boom did not feel like their energy spiked at all, because yes, we love it when the teams stand up and get riled up. It's a lot of fun, but also that can be very revealing as well. You can overheat, it can get into your head also. And Boom, they were just locked in, and I feel like that's even more dangerous for a squad like this.
Yeah, I mean, they're laser focused and disciplined. I mean, we've been talking about this team in Pacific all year, Mika, about how even on these games where they've lost over in Pacific, they look like a well-drilled team, and that's because they play very good, very clean Valorant, and that's why they're not phased by this. They do take their map pick of Bind 1-0 up now in this series, one step closer to that Pacific slot.
Yep, they've got a taste of it already this entire year. They want it back. They want to get back on there. They still have one more map to play, so we'll get right to that right after this very quick break.
Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
Welcome back, guys. You are watching VCT Ascension Pacific, and we're on to map number 2 between Velocity and Boom Esports. And we just saw complete dominance from Boom Esports on that first map of Bind. This is going to be Velocity's pick now, though. So I'm wondering what they have planned on Sunset, especially since Boom made such a statement on that first map, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, Sunset is a safe pick for Velocity. We know that they like it. This is a map they've been good on, so it's very much expected. But the problem with it being expected is that it's expected for Boom also. And I mean, this coaching staff, I think they do some of the best prep we saw in Pacific last year, even being an Ascension team. I think the way they game plan around their opponents has always been incredibly effective. So I think The question mark is on Boom. What answers do they have cooked up? Are they prepared for this breach that they know Velocity are going to bring and have had success with? I'm curious if they're going to stick with that same comp that we've seen, where they're running that Neon Yoru double duelist, or maybe is it time for a change? We saw SLT Songnam do that earlier, so I think it could be a nice little wrinkle if they have that ready to go.
Yeah, at this point, it's not news anymore, should they bring out the breach, right? But even if they do stick with something that's comfortable to them, which is likely for Velocity, I do want to see some kind of change, perhaps in the pacing. We just saw how Boom were able to, really just, just turn them around, and it didn't feel like Velocity were really up to a lot of the aim duels. We saw them lose so many rounds with just pure firepower and instinct plays from Boom Esports, and it really just shows, like, again, what they had to be, the grind, the Pacific grind that they had to be put through this entire year from the likes of teams like Paper Rex or T1 or Zeta Division. And you just saw just how instinctive they were able to play and take so many fights, and it didn't feel like Velocity was like up to that kind of level just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem I saw for Velocity is that the composition they're running just does not have a lot of util. Neon, not super utility heavy, running single initiator Sky, so it's only that really the dog. And even you look at the smokes roll, it's swapped from an Owen that we normally see from them, where you have the Paranoia as a massive tool, to Brimstone, where you're really just running with that Molly. So they're used to playing with lots of util. Domara especially is used to being set up by lots of util, and they couldn't do that in this first match. So I think the comp change, as we move towards Sunset, the stylistic change that we know we're going to see from them will seem to give them a boost. That's what I'm really hoping for. We're coming into this map with no changes compositionally from either of these teams, but as you say, it's VLT on the back foot, looking to bounce back, and Boom have to be the ones able to put a stop to Russ's breach because it's been so effective.
Yeah, comfort isn't a bad thing for Velocity, right? Because for these agents, they know what they have to do. Perhaps they'll be, a little bit more synergized here because it's something that they've ran over and over again. So hopefully this means a better performance from them, but I don't think they should shy away from all of the fights that Boom have. Yes, they can be intimidating, especially since you have Berserks, for example, that's just so online today, but they cannot back down, especially since this is their map that they have to win. We're gonna toss it to Azurai and Dax to take us into Sunset.
Yeah, we just agree with you there. Just Velocity Gaming. It's probably a sweater, it's probably a hoodie. This composition gives them a warm hug. It's comfort. It's necessary coming into this next map because it's one of their reliable ones. Sunset from map number 2. Velocity's map pick. But Boom, man. The firepower has been incredible in this series, and you have Whitecat and Shiro looking to do it all over again here.
Yeah, and again, I gotta put this into the mix. Berserks has been an incredible lurking force for Boom here. If he can translate that into Sunset, there's a lot of options that they can do even as they start on the defending side.
Yeah, and Morgan and Mika mentioned it, 21 kills, especially for Berserks in that last game. Damara, though, this time around, runs straight into the tripwire. And Boom respect the utility of Velocity. Exactly what Morgan was mentioning. Damara, more accustomed to having all of that set up for him on the entry. Boom, on the other hand, here at the flank, Shiro, Whitecat will lead the charge here. Early Valve Neons yet again coming to a head here. Whitecat trying to find the position. Berserk's actually finding out Russ. Berserk still around on the market. Same momentum from map number 1. Finally taken down by Madeline, who gets a double for his own. But Nats also in position. This pinch from Boom looking strong. And Nats continuing where Boom has left off. First pistol goes to Boom here.
Okay, I thought for a second they forgot to defuse the spike, but yeah, it's so difficult for them to have held that, thinking that Velocity thinking that their opponents would be coming through their own side of the spawn, not really from the flank. And you can see how far they've pushed into Boba, maybe thinking about that one thing. And because of it as well, they're just spread, or they were pushed way too far, not near the spike enough, and they couldn't really deal with what was the backstab of Boom altogether on that pistol.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering the game plan here for Boom right now. Will it be about the raid takes when Velocity will invest Russ's utility to get the Mara in? That's a question for the next few rounds here. Coming into the anti-eco, some fun stats right now. Boom, perfect on the pistols so far. We have seen Velocity take a thrifty away though. And also apparently thanks to Prod, every single day we've gotten an ace. And well, we saw it in map number 1, will we see it in map number 2? Berserk's here at the backside, Damara will go down, holding onto the Spectre. Here comes a push from Velocity. Shiro though, making his mark happen. 3 kills off the Arsenal. And that's Boom getting a second round.
That's quite pricey, I would say, for Velocity here. That just means that they're going to be going into that third round with a hodgepodge of maybe a shotgun. SMG, we'll have to see. But again, this was just showing to us how strong Boom's capability is at those multi-kills. Shiro went straight into like 3 players of Velocity who had stingers and somehow got out of that one with 3 kills.
Yeah, we saw that in the first map when Velocity went for the force buy. Boom was able to hold them off. Same story so far. But VLT right now gets spotted by the recon dart. Here we go with the Judge Gaming again from Boom. They've loved these auto shotties in these tight-knit corners on the map pool itself. Aftershock comes on through, but White Cat still holding position. Found the angle of opportunity. Nats also shows on up. And just Boom again, bringing Velocity to the blender. Liquefied by the Judge. White Cat confirming it's a flawless for Boom.
Man, playing around that Aftershock though from Russ completely goes unnoticed, I think, by the rest of Velocity here. Chef's kiss from Boom. Look at just, they thought that they cleared up that angle, and then from out of nowhere, in a split second, like you mentioned, they were put through the grinder of the Judge. And man, were they definitely just executed pretty well there by White Cat.
Yeah, White Cat just found that small sliver to work with, and from that point on, Boom, we're just not dislodged at all. VLT, they have the guns this time around. If they want to make a mark in half this time, Shiro though scoped in, gets the 2 shots to go onto lightning fast. Berserks as well, yet again, within the cyber cages. Nice pick by Damara to find White Cat at the very least. Still offered to VLT, they don't have that backside control. Berserks right now just navigating on throw, fake out, sent also to the other side. Interesting enough. Yeah, no plans as of yet. VLT, they don't want to be caught lacking. They'll just pivot on away, but Shiro hits the head of the IGL. Damara in position. Here comes the push from Berserks right now. Madeline's SK Rossi doing their best to keep the fight going. But do they know? They don't know. They don't know. Nats gonna crawl on through. SK Rossi, now he figures it out. And Velocity, a much needed round on the board.
Yeah, too close for comfort there though. Never know. Might have been able to jump up through the boxes and just gotten that nice little backstab. This is what Velocity needed in this round. Separating the front to the back of the site, not allowing Boom to get those punishes. And you saw, there was a moment there, I think, where Berserk was waiting for maybe some of his traps to trigger, but Velocity was pretty keen on breaking or not tripping up, which is incredibly, I think, important in that situation.
Yeah, and in the end, right, Boom was the one who was a bit more impatient, jumped the gun, and that's why Velocity held off that spike plant for so long. So well read there by VLT. Some calls in the thick of the action, helping out the squad. But yeah, Nats, he's pushing. They're gonna keep an eye out. These one-ways, they do scare off Velocity to play the push there and straight into the stack that Boom have towards B.
Well, there's still a bunch of these tripwires, and Shiro getting closer and closer for the peak.
Shiro still has the alpha on hand. More of the players of Velocity having full armor in this situation, so he still can't get that one-shot threshold. The flash comes on in, but Berserks with the cyber cages stacked on up. VLT, they're burning the Boom utility right now. Hunter's Fury comes up through from Madeline as well. Good color here in round number 5. SK Rossi finding one. It's Velocity again winning out the trade, but here the backside Boom is stable with Shiro and Berserks. Come on, these names. How many times do you have to say it for Boom Esports? The spike now in the threshold in the sightlines here of Berserks. Madeline will try to look for the rotation into Boba, but who sees who first? Nats now found out. 15 seconds left, Berserks. Get away from the contact points. Velocity, they're pressed for time. There's the fake. Berserks now into cover. And Madeline Does he have it in him? It's not gonna happen. Berserks again. Brilliance here. And it's a 4th round for Boom.
That's insane. He allowed himself to not break the recon dart just so that Madeline didn't really know if Berserks went for the wraparound. Look at that. He was like looking straight into B main thinking that, oh, he might have actually positioned himself just more passively. Berserks is just galaxy braining. I haven't used that term in like forever, but I think it's pretty apt in that situation.
Yeah, man. He's in a completely different universe with the way he's playing this game right now, and it has helped out Boom immensely. Velocity, again, he's getting corralled really by Boom right now, and therein lies the problem. VLT just don't feel comfy getting into the site itself. Yes, they get the space, but when do you actually plant? Because Boom has that presence towards backside. They're happy to play the retake, and it's been a strength of Boom so far on this defense.
Well, we'll continue to do so. Now that VLT is just trying to maneuver themselves into mid, using that smoke as a bit of coverage, but they only really have the pistols to try to work with.
Yeah, Damara instantaneous though after the trip bar is broken. He lets rip the overdrive. No one home though, no one home. Can't find any of the Boom targets. They've done a good job to tuck themselves away. Damara now, yeah, just powerless to stop Whitecat in that situation. Aftershock though, the VLT trying to make it comfortable, but they're the ones trapped in the web of Boom. Madeline again, fighting back with the Sheriff. Stellar shooting from Madeline. Don't count him out ever. But in this situation, same scenario. Time running out, bodies to the floor, and Boom, go to 5.
That was close though. Madeline getting a bit of heat check, heat retention, rather, as he keeps hitting all the shots with the Sheriff. But man, were his teammates left out to dry at the back of that A site. They tried to push, and I like the idea here from Boom, where the obvious thing was just don't get contact up until Damara loses his ult charge. Once that happens, he's just gonna be on the pistol. Same with the rest.
Yeah, just this is the concern. We brought this up yesterday actually against Nongshim. Now the teams have understood how strong Velocity are on their comfort maps in their incredible composition. You know, Velocity themselves have been saying that they get to play their game to the extra level thanks to them being just masters of what they get to play in the first place. Yeah, there's so much tape now. There's so much homework to be done that you can do coming into a Velocity game. There's so many VODs to watch here in the Session Pacific itself. And we're seeing more of those antis come on through. We're seeing the readability on those tendencies. And in that case, right, Boom knew where to tuck themselves away after that mid-pivot from Velocity. So those are the concerns right now. Can we see more from Velocity off this timeout? Because you know that a coach like Godspeed has made the system, has helped out this team immensely in their domestic run and more. So right now, VLT, they need an answer and fast.
Well, you gotta come up with something, and that something might be just, again, brute forcing their way here through the A site. There's a bit of pings right now from Boom. I wonder if it's just for maybe a paranoia something.
Oh, man, lightning fast. Read like a book there thanks to the reconnaissance. Boom. Already getting the first pick on the board. It's been one concern too in this map, right? Whitecat has been getting these first kills over and over again. If it's not him, it's players like Shiro, maybe even Berserks in those anchor holds towards B. While Russ and Damara are looking to see if Boom
Not ready yet.
would push out in the angle. It's Whitecat holding close. They're gonna line up for him, and there you have it, falling like dominoes. He's already gotten 4. We talked about aces throughout the tournament. He wants one, doesn't get it thanks to SK Rossi, but there you have it. That's the one who got the ace in the first game. Well, he'll deny his own teammate who's already been felled. Anyway, another win for Boom.
I was just about to point out as well that this could potentially be the 18th ace of the tournament. That statistic brought to you by our production. They said 17th from that last game. He could have had the 18th, man.
He wanted it. He wanted the highlight, and that's just like, sorry, bud. Gotta finish the round now. Yeah, this hurts though for Velocity. Like, you can feel the momentum, the vibes all in Boom's favor. They're just having fun at this point. That's really the cost of velocity right now. And NC Slasher
Enemy mark.
sending out the Owl drone. They get big insult. It's a heavy-handed approach from mid, and Shiro again stopping the Mara before he can even slide on in. No entry into Boba. It's Boom with a private reservation in Dysfunction. Shiro, he also wants to push. SK Rossi, low HP right now, and yeah, Velocity, they're trying to find a way into the B sites. Straight on through, Shiro's there. What just happened to Russ in lightning fast? We're done with the round, and we get the flawless from Boom.
Man, you could immediately see how quickly Boom just envelops the map as soon as they know that Velocity are slowly backing away. Look at how many angles of attack they had. Just numerous.
Yeah, they're catching Velocity, who love to play as a back right, who love to play as a 5, and Boom are just maximizing their mobility around the map and then some. Still, Velocity not out of this one. Still rounds to go. Ultimates available. We've seen VLT, of course, have that incredible performance in the group stage. Tried to replicate it in the playoffs. Madeline just searching for anyone to hit to no avail.
Here. Excuse me. Yeah, now they're gonna just try to go through elbow.
Nats, he was trained on it. Boom again, just ready from the get-go. The pre-game at this point, the crosshair placement is just ridiculous. They immediately expect where Velocity is gonna come from. Lightning fast here, trying to beat the high-low setup. 2 is better than 1, and Berserks is better than them all. A double here, Whitecat comes on in, 8-1. Is that another flawless from Boom?
Yeah, I think it was. My goodness, he took forever on that angle and still somehow he lost the duel. What is this?
Enemy down.
Yeah, Lightning Fast saw already where the other Omen was, and again, just couldn't really push through it just because he knew that he was getting tracked. And the pressure keeps rolling, the punches don't stop, and Velocity burnt, using their final tactical timeout. Very similar to what we saw with NAOS on that first series. This truly is a day of the rollouts, or the rolling rounds. And Boom is the one that's benefiting, reaping the rewards.
Yeah, they're just running away with it at this point, and again, just this experience that Boom has here. They dropped the series in the group stage, but at this point in hindsight, it was against SLT, who has been flawless so far in the series here. It's crazy to think that this Boom roster, they want to get back into Pacific. They are hungry to make that accomplishment happen yet again and do it on their own terms this time. This score is representing their efforts in this matchup truly. 8-1 in command of the half, and yeah, as you said, Velocity burning their second time out here just to try and find any semblance of success. The Stingers are out, the Sheriffs are there too, but it's just so tough again for VLT. They've been caught in a loop as it's been 5 rounds in a row for Boom already.
This is going to be even worse now that they don't have any more money to play around with. Oh my goodness, Damara's down to 14.
No, that's the thing. When have you seen Damara healthy coming into an entry, right? It's been always him at a critical HP junction. Just getting sprayed, getting hit. The blindside comes on in. Velocity. There isn't going to be confidence if your Neon is healthy to play the entry there. He's just going to die too early.
Well, come to a halt once more. This is what you don't want as Velocity, being herded by Boom, shepherded to where they want you to take the fight. Boom now setting up for that A site. Look at how like slow VLT is on the approach. It just goes to show that they're very cautious of a potential mid lurk once again. And this is burning a significant amount of time for them to work their way to the other site.
Yeah, they know they gave it up earlier on. And Boom has conditioned the opposition to be wary of that fact. But it's different this time. Just stations here for both the Omen and the Yoru. Shiro in position here with elbow held well. And that's one. He's not afraid to use those hands to get those kills. Paranoia, the response here. Boom still in position here by safe. SK Rossi though, that's a big kill. That's another one from SK Rossi. If Velocity want the fighting chance, this is their moment. Lightning fast with a double of their own. Berserks here in position. And VLT, they've been waiting for this opportunity. Guns to pick up. It's against Shiro though. It's 1v3. Oh. Cyber Cage's gone. Lightning fast. And SK Rossi just waiting for the contact to come their way. Tripwire's there. Berserks again though! And yeah, Berserks. He's breaking the hearts of Velocity at this point. The pings come out from the neural theft, but the double up here. It's well played by Velocity. They've needed a round like this throughout this map, and they'll get it through the Thrifty.
My goodness. They had to fight tooth and nail, travel hell and high water just so that they can claim that Thrifty round. How did this even happen? Great separation onto the smoke from Velocity. Boom came in one by one, trying to utilize their Neon's overdrive as they try to march through the site, but Velocity was having none of it. And they finally take a round after such a long drought.
Break some momentum, yes, but the bank of Boom is still looking healthy. Velocity need another one in the books here to try and rally for potential 8-4. But in this case, Berserks again. He's read the book of SK Rossi. He's put some footnotes already on these pages, and there you have it. The other Cypher's gone. Boom, still continuing that trend. NC Slasher gets the double, the trade there after the fall of White Cats. 4v2 immediately here, and we haven't even gotten through the 30-second timer.
Well, they're gonna try to open things up even more, but again, with Lightning Fast holding mid, there's a potential rotation here for Velocity, but it's just two of them remaining, and look at how far Nats has gone through enemy lines, enemy territory.
Yeah, if left unchecked, this could just hurt the chances of Velocity even more. Critical contact so far. Nats has the timing! And there's no way! Nats again scratching the backs of Velocity and taking them down one by one. 9-2 here for Boom.
I can't believe he's the one that caught the timing on that. They were looking in his direction for a solid 5-10 seconds before they even looked away. And then he just found Lightning Fast, the end of his tailcoat, and just stalked them, got the kills, denied them even any access to that A site.
Yeah. It's just tough. It's just tough at this point for Velocity. You're looking for hope. You're looking for a convincing round with the buys. It's just not happening here for VLT. When Boom just decide to be even more proactive around the map. Here we go again. Mid-held Shiro seeing Damara straight on through. While Russ tries to send it with the Rolling Thunder. The Gate Rush, of course, in position. Hunter's Fury to play. And Berserks with the spam. White Cat 2. They made the kill box into markets. And it's just free real estate here for Boom at this point. They're buying up. They're getting everything that they would like. And a statement at the end of the first half to make it 10-2.
Yeah. The attack there from Boom, from Velocity felt very countered. I mean, they started pushing in through market like you mentioned. Oh, that's how he got the kill on Lightning Fast. He saw the dredges of the Shrouded Step, and that would seal the deal, seal the life of Lightning Fast. With that, trouble continues, trouble ensues even more as the 9-3 is there. And again, we're just gonna go 10-2 actually, and then we're just gonna go on a halftime break. And it continues. Boom Esports with a dominant showing in that first half here on Sunset. 10-2. There is not a lot of breathing space available for Velocity.
Yeah. Same struggles for Velocity coming into the second map, and Shiro now still stoic as ever. Willing to play that first contact. We pivot straight into B, where Whitecat's the one leading the charge. Trying to make that space, but Ross finds him. Velocity, they have some good stations here at the back of the site. Shockdart comes on through it. SK Rossi taking a big chunk of damage. But VLT proving themselves with some pistols. Nancy Slasher just cleaving on through, but Madeline, man! Keep an eye out. Berserks on the other side. Now Berserks versus SK Rossi. Camera scene. Berserks in position, and Berserks again! One more time, he just does not lose. The Zowie clutch here for Berserks.
How does he keep breathing that?
It's madness, man. It's madness.
Yeah, just know how. Like, okay, I got tagged by the camera. I'm gonna look where exactly SK Rossi was gonna pop out. Yeah, the thumbs up. Oh my goodness, this is, like you mentioned, this is absolute madness. And even deeper to it we go. We descend more and more. 2 more rounds for Boom here. And Velocity. Is that a force buy we're seeing again from them?
Yeah. The defense are gonna try to will it with the Stingers here. They've also pushed up into tiles. And that's a great kill by Velocity to overrun the Lurk. Berserks was the biggest threat. Now they take him down early. There's still more to come though. SK Rossi. Great shot with the Sheriff too. So no count out Velocity in this one. Paranoia comes on in. SK Rossi with another. Just saw the direction of the utility. NC Slasher. Wow, SK Rossi! We saw how effective the Headhunter was yesterday on Lotus. Now with the Sheriff, it's the same kind of hand cannon. And VLT, much needed, is an understatement, man. They get it done, they get the round, and at least they're gonna break the back of Boom now.
Yeah. That was a Hail Mary for Velocity here, and they for sure needed it. That kill on the Berserk was already a collateral that, you know, Boom was prepared to get, but this one from SK Rossi.
He got the kill onto Nat's fully blinded. That's insane.
Yeah, I just realized that too.
I thought it was just like, oh, Paranoia tracking. He's like, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, looks like there's still somewhat of a aggressive buy here for Boom. Velocity's got to be careful.
Yeah, double shotties, and especially one in the hands of Whitecat. Boom right now, perhaps expecting some close holds here from VLT, and instead it's VLT looking to challenge here from backside, but this is exactly what Whitecat wants to do. Go for the overrun. Berserk's already catching out SK Rossi, and Boom quickly get the flat.
Oh, are they going to charge out just to match where they're going? Looks like no for the meantime.
Oh, nice catch though with the stun. That's brilliant here from Russ, and with it, Velocity C2 hand delivered in front of them. Now, with the numbers thinned out, this could be more confident from Velocity onto the site itself. Here comes NC Slasher. Can't mow down Damara at all. Shiro, that's a classic on hand. It's a free gun, but Whitecat's the one with the big one. The double dare with the Bulldog. Whitecat also trying to move, trying to groove, just can't find the angle here. Shiro still in position, and Shiro's found the upgrade. Into the smoke, he finds Lightning Fast there! And the Zowie clutch to bring Boom the series points.
Wait. No. That was a weaker buy. A significantly weaker buy. And then they just keep pushing in. This one. All right, we saw the clutch. Perfect. What made that a more compelling positioning in that 2 versus 2 was that Whitecat synced up with was that Whitecat synced up with NC Slasher at the back of the B site rather than separating for a pinch. I think because of that, they were able to concentrate their firepower and just make it work even better.
Yeah, Shiro 16 and 6. Make that 17 and 6 right now. The MVP of Boom, the MVP of the group stage so far in the stats. and it has just been unrelenting from Boom from start to finish. A final countdown here for Velocity perhaps. Neural Theft into play. Hunter's Fury, the response. NC Slasher looking to work off that intel. It staves off Velocity, who have to play a big game of keep away, and Shiro's not done. He's gotten one more. He wants to get another one here. 3 for Shiro, and that's all she wrote, as Boom will get the flawless, will get the sweep, and will take Sunset 13-3. They're one series away from getting back into Pacific Asarai, and man, that date with SOT, that's gonna be a treat for Boom Esports.
What a wake-up call for Boom here. Again, being dropped from stage 2 here back into Ascension. What was it, like a 3-month hiatus before we saw them again? And they are looking strong, White Cat, and that's proving they are a force to be reckoned with. On the flip side, Velocity, they take the L here for this series. A lot of things to talk about, especially now that we know once they've removed the Lotus against them, where is their biggest bite? But they're gonna have to prove that as they get dropped into the lower bracket, but they're still here, they're still fighting for their slot to Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, Morgan mentioned it. It's been an incredible run for South Asia. They're still deep in the bracket, and that books themselves into a rematch with Nong Shim Red Force. But Boom, this has been a roller coaster of a year, right? This 2025. You go back to stage 1 of Pacific, the highs. He goes to stage 2, the lows. And I can't wait to see where this wild ride goes, because it feels like we're going on to the highs yet again. It's a scream, it's a shout, and Boom, they're just letting it all out at this point. Where do we even begin? Yeah, you know, Berserk's the series, but come on. The first time we saw Boom play in Ascension Pacific, it's been the Shiro show all day, every day.
Just non-stop. Yeah. His ability to, again, keep that outlaw, like Yoru outlaw, feels like Shiro's the one naturally talented with it. Or if he was able to just, you know, get better and better, he's in peak physical condition right now to keep utilizing that. It just is insane. Every single angle, every single moment that he needs to hit a shot, get a kill, get back, not get traded, he's able to make it work. And because of that, it just felt like he's the insurmountable, unpassable wall that Velocity always keep butting their heads into.
And the wall just extends on every single part of the map, right? But Boom came into this series with immense confidence. You would feel the energy. You would see that they're having an incredible time on the stage here. And to them, this is just another step to get back to where they belong. And this is the best chance for Boom right now, man. They're going to be facing off another Korean squad for a quote-unquote finals to get to the VCT Pacific. You know, 2024 called. They want the script back. We're seeing it here. But hey, Boom Esports have been a standard from start to finish in the run here in the Ascension Pacific. And this was just another example here.
And again, there is that chance. Who is the potential team that could maybe head against Boom? It's going to be SLT. And I'm curious, wanting to see how that transpires. At least for now,
too.
Boom's not gonna, you know, have a reunion with Nongshim. Velocity's gonna have a taste again of a Pacific caliber team for the second time here in Ascension.
Third time.
Third time. Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah,
they definitely be prepared for this gauntlet.
Yeah, some frustrations there for Velocity, but Boom Esports, they're the ones who take that next step. Thank you for having us on the casting side with me and Asarai signing on out. Let's toss it over to the panel to break down one last time what just happened in the series.
Yeah, thanks so much to Dax and to Asarai for that. An incredibly speedy series here with Boom Esports, really showcasing why they were that Pacific team. It's almost like shades of stage 1 here, Morgan. Boom Esports really showing just how quickly they can take a series and how dominantly they can too.
I mean, this this map 2 was murderous. There's no two ways about
Yeah.
it. Boom, showing utter domination, especially shutting down Velocity's attacker side, a side where they have been very strong. Boom clearly had a counter ready. They understood how to handle the aggression from Damara, how to play around and bait out that utility while also holding on to the space. And then just look at those first bloods. Boom, 13 first bloods of VLT only with the 3. So it's so hard when you're consistently down, not finding those entries. I mean, I just look at Damara. I mean, we've seen him have huge pop-off games. I don't think he played particularly bad. It's more I want to highlight it to point out how well Boom did at stopping this guy, Shiro, right at the top there, and he's a big reason for it. With those scoped weapons, he's always able to find that pick and then stay alive. I mean, this Boom roster stacked full of experience. The younger rookie players are excelling now, and now they're so close, Mika, to going back to Pacific. Only one more team stands in their way.
Yep, and it's gonna be Boom Esports up against another Korean team. So it's not exactly the same script from 2024 just yet. Just yet. It's gonna be an exciting one for sure. But it seems as though for Boom, the meta here is Shiro on the Yoru, on the Outlaw, or any kind of sniper rifle, because he has been incredible at just really dealing out those first kills, which really just makes the game plan of the other team just like in shambles, right? It's been working so well from them. And for Shiro also, it's amazing how consistently he's able to do this. It's not just a one-off in one round. It's not just, oh, in these certain cases, he's doing it every single time, which is what makes it so amazing too. And of course, we're looking at our updated brackets right now. We see that we have that Boom and SLT match. Regardless of the outcome, that's right, Boom, you are sandwiched by Korean teams, but it's gonna be an exciting one for sure. And take a look at that lower bracket there, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, the lower bracket is a dangerous place to be. NAOS versus Motive. We spoke about how NAOS, you know, they want to bounce back after their troublesome time in Vietnam. NAOS themselves said if there's one team they want to play, it's Motive to get that revenge. So that's a big match. And then, of course, Velocity versus Nongshim. We saw this at the end of the group stage. Nongshim getting the win there, finding their form. There's a real world here where Velocity could be eliminated from Ascension, having only lost to Nongshim Red Force and Boom, of course, two former Pacific teams. That would be a horrible way for it to go. But they're looking to run it back in a different way, get that upset, get the win, and the revenge against Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, two different kinds of revenge matches that are in store for our journey here throughout Pacific in the playoffs. You have Southeast Asia Derby coming up, and then you have the first series up in Nongshim's potential lower bracket journey. So that's going to be very exciting to watch. I am just so stoked for what's to come here, Morgan, because it's looking like all of these teams do have something in store for us in the playoffs, and I'm eager to see so much more from them.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I mean, this playoffs is insane. It's so stacked. Only 2 teams out of the 6 can get those spots. I mean, that's a 1 in 3 chance. I mean, I think you'll take that. And it's all about who can play the best on that big stage now in front of the crowd, because that's where we're moving to, and that's something you don't want to miss.
That is absolutely right. It's gonna ramp up within the next few matches, so I hope you guys are ready for it. Thank you, of course, to our sponsors, to Acer Predator, to Intel, to Zowie, Imperial World, TT Racing, and to Syndom for making this all possible. Now, of course, we will see you in the big stage, because that is it from us from the virtual desk. Morgan has to get some rest because he has a long journey ahead. He's going to be running all the way from the UK. You better believe it. Kapungka, everybody. We will see you guys in Bangkok for the rest of VCT Ascension Pacific. Bye.
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไปแม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัวบอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลองมีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่นความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะแต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้แม้เส้นทางจะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรคบาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยันแต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็นว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา